out of my desk. There we go. We back with some more Elden Ring today. We were thinking about maybe doing some Baldur's Gate 3, but I think Dodo is still feeling a little under the weather, so we give him a little bit of a break. We might try to do some later in the week, though. Possibly Friday. We'll see. Anyway, we back. We're going to continue with our consumables only run today. Hang on one second. All right. So let's see. Last that we left off, I can't remember exactly where I left myself originally. I did do a little bit of off-stream farming just to get a whole bunch of like crystal darts and some shit. I apparently need to buy more fan daggers, but we can quickly farm up a little bit of runes for that. But yeah, I could honestly do more farming, or could have, but I only wanted to like stay up so late, to be honest. So but yeah, we've got a little bit of extra cracked crystal, not tons, but a decent amount. But the point is we have like 40 crystal darts on us and like almost an extra 600 in storage, so that'll keep us like stocked for a little bit. Poison and bone darts. We could probably just make. We already have 146 total of these, so maybe let's just make some regular bone darts just so we have some extra on us for throwing in case we need them. Let's see. I also made some cuckoo glintstones. Not that we're going to use them very much. I farmed up a bunch of mushrooms and smoldering butterflies. I'm sure we'll run through that very quickly anyway. It just takes a while to farm this stuff, which is why I want to do a lot off stream. But obviously I didn't spend like all day doing it. So I did also manage to get like a few hefty beast bones and lumps of flesh, because I killed like some boars in the area that I was farming the butterflies. Just with like crystal darts. However, they're probably one of the best sources of old fangs, and I still only got like, as you can see, like a few. So, because like from what I remember, the drop rates are really low, and I looked them up on Fextra Life too, just to see if I was like forgetting something. And the drop rates they list there are not accurate. They are not 5% chance, because 5% chance is not as low as you would think, especially when you're using like silver pickled foulfoot. I'm pretty sure it's actually 0.5, or something like that. I'd have to look at like our spreadsheets again. But yeah, I kind of also just left myself in Jarburg at the end here just because it's obviously like a nice place to just grab a lot of different materials pretty easily. Which I will do one more quick run of before we leave. And you guys probably can't hear it, but if you do, I apologize for the fucking like jet that's flying overhead and apparently circling around or some shit, because it's real goddamn loud. But I do live like right next to an airport, so that does happen on occasion. Usually not that often, but every once in a while there's days where it just happens sort of frequently. Or rather weeks, I should say, not days. It's not all like on one day. But it'll be like, a week where there just happens to be a fair bit of air traffic. But otherwise this neighborhood is relatively quiet most of the time. It's had its own incidents for sure, but alright. Jarburg would be absolutely fucking perfect if it also had flame butterflies, even if it was like just one. Because I would probably just stay here when it came to doing anything off stream, just to like farm up mushrooms and flame butterflies. Because with all the other resources here, you could just kind of keep doing the same run over and over again for a while, and then just like sell whatever you don't need. And then use that to fund like extra purchases for like fan daggers or whatever. It's not like you would get a lot without like collecting a ton. And I do mean like quite a bit. But yeah, speaking of, let's go to Scenic Isles. Let's just buy a little bit more fan daggers while we're here. They're pretty expensive. That's why I didn't buy a lot before. But I do have a little bit to spend. use a handful of these.
Hello again.
So we can buy another 13 with that. That gives us not quite 2 full stacks, but that'll probably be good enough for now. These fan daggers we're not going to want to use a lot of at the moment until we've hit a point maybe where we have either some better buffs or just a lot more dex and strength. Probably both, to be honest. I'm still, like, gonna endeavor a lot of the time to not use, like, non-consumable buffs, but we might at some point use, like, the jellyfish shield. I don't even think I can use the jellyfish shield properly until I get enough strength for it anyways, because I'm pretty sure you can't use the buff on this until you have all the base stats. You can't just, even though normally with strength you can two-hand something to use it appropriately, in this case, for the skill that's on it, I think you still have to meet the basic, the required attributes naturally, so two-handing doesn't get you enough. It gets you enough to wield the shield, like, you know, and use it to be able to block or attack with or whatever, but you can't use the skill on it unless you have 20 strength. Alright, so let's see. Where do we want to go next? I think there's some... We should probably definitely, like, start actually killing a handful of different things. We're going to want to do Stormveil at some point, but I am, like, tempted to try to go to Altus soon as well, just so we can get our hands on stuff like lightning pots. Mount Gelmir, we can obviously get stuff like volcano pots, and those will be pretty useful, I'm pretty sure. We also just need more crackpots in general, but there are some in Stormveil Castle. I'm pretty sure there's one in Raya Lucaria. Let's see, what does this thingy say? Yeah, there's those there. There's one in the Grove Side Cave, apparently. So I guess we could go back there and try to grab that. Just to bump ourselves up to 12. And then all of the rest of them... are pretty, like, later on, with the exception of maybe one in Caelid that we missed. Hang on. There's one... Oh, yeah, there's one by the Minor Erd Tree there, I guess. And we could do, whatchamacallit? The Caelid Catacombs, if we want, when we, like, go over there. But I think we'll start with, like, the Grove Side Cave, which I think is the one that's, like, over here. Let me just take a look at that. Also, hey, Dr. Grossly, how's it going? Shuriken Sean? Yes. Actually, that's a good point. I named the stream title that, but I actually want to rename my character that, too. Because I like that name. Oh, right, I forgot. We gotta fight, Dude Man. Hensha. I've totally forgot that he could do that, to be honest. This will actually be, like, a harder fight than it normally is, because normally Ensha is a little bit of a pushover, but... Now... I keep rolling that the wrong way. I need to go forward with it. Might actually just be better off poisoning him. I'm so tired of jump attacks from NPCs in this game. Normally, they're literally no problem whatsoever, but in this run specifically, they are a problem. Specifically because anything you throw at them, it just, like... What the fuck happened to my roll there? It just, like, immediately goes through their fucking hitbox. Despite the fact that it's shown to be just, like, going through them clearly. on, sit still long enough for me to hit you. There you go. Not sure how many letters you have available. It should be enough, because you get something like 15 or 17 or some shit like that in Elden Ring. It's a fairly decent amount, I want to say. Dark Souls 1 was the one that was, like, pretty bad. Let's see here. There we go. Shuriken Shan. Okay. If he gets to name himself and show the royal remains, you should have plenty of letters available. Yeah. That's fair. Okay. Sorry, let me just rearrange some stuff. My roommate was bringing me some fresh coffee, which was nice. Alright, item crafting. Let's just make those up really quick since we spent a bunch. We should be pretty okay on the rest. Yep. Alright. And I will probably do a whole bunch more. I'll likely end up having to do more farming just while we're playing today. It's easy to use a lot of shit up in the span of like 5 or more hours, but in general, I'm gonna just try to do a lot of off-stream farming, possibly this evening or at least over the weekend, just for flame butterflies and mushrooms and shit like that, specifically just so we can, as we go through the run, like, have a little bit less farming that we need to do. Now, which one was it again? Is it the one that's over here? Yes, okay. I also like how you're just wearing flippy floppies and sweatpants. Yeah, I love the cloth pants because they literally just look like sandals and sweatpants. Because the full cloth set, like, it has like this this big upper part of it that just completely obscures the bottom. But when you're wearing something that allows you to see the bottom, it just totally looks like a pair of drawstring sweatpants. Like, not necessarily well-made sweatpants, but that's literally just what they look like. Which I always thought was, like, just really funny, so. God damn it, I pressed the wrong button again. I don't know why I always want to hit square when I'm doing that. That's literally just how to quickly remove it. Definitely gonna probably need a lot of cave moss in the long run. There we go. And there's the crackpot. Okay. So we got that guy. I guess we might as well finish this cave. Not gonna get like a lot out of it, but it shouldn't be a particularly hard one to finish. And maybe we'll also do the coastal cave and finish Bach's little first part of his quest line. So we got like the tailoring and all that. Not that I really use it much, but it's always good to help out Bach when possible. I was looking at my And my quick bar. There we go. Easy enough. It's not going to be much of a reward, but it still works for me. Okay, so that's that one, and then I'm trying to think. There's there's one in Kaled near this tree. We could do the we could do this putrid avatar, I guess. It shouldn't be too hard. Although I think I might want to make some oil pots for this. We have currently 6 that we're holding, so if we make like 4, make another 2 of these, that gives us 8. 4 of those, and then we have some red main fire pots we can also use, so if we need to. So let's put on oil pot. I kind of want to save the red main ones, but I'll equip them anyway just in case. If it feels like the regular fire pots aren't going to be good enough. We only did bring like 4 oils, so don't have like a lot there. Should we get runes for a few dozen kukris? Yeah, I did actually buy like a whole bunch. I've got currently 30 is the max you can carry, but I have a whole another 129. The thing I don't have a ton of, like, storage-wise is fan daggers, but everything else I've got, like, a decent amount of. I still want to buy more things, but... So the red main pots, the reason why they're a pain in the ass, and I'll likely try to replace them with, like, volcano pots or something in the future, or maybe it's giant flame pots, I guess, that are the other ritual ones, depending on what they use to craft, because... In order to make these, the mushrooms and the smoldering butterflies are no problem, but it's the old fangs that are a problem because they only drop from like boars and misbegotten as like a, you know, indefinite like farming resource. But their drop rates are really terrible. Like I think that Fextra Life lists them as like 5% chance, but I think it's actually lower than that. I want to say they're wrong and the actual chance is like 0.5 or something like that. It might not be that low. Maybe it's like 1.5, but I don't think 5 is accurate because with my current, even with my current arcane, if I'm putting on like a silver pickled foulfoot, that should give me a chance to get old fangs relatively frequently, and they almost never drop. Now, the only other thing that they do drop from are elder lions, and elder lions they drop from consistently, but elder lions are like a strong enemy type, which require me to use a lot of resources just to kill. So, and they're not something you can farm because usually once they die, they stay dead. So, like they don't respawn, I mean. So they're not super duper worthwhile to make like a farming option there. Yeah. This guy's gonna be a pain in the ass, huh? Really? I'm a little surprised I got poisoned from that, and I don't have any boluses, which means I need to go back. Well, that was a big waste. We're better off trying to avoid fighting these guys just because we don't have a lot of resources to waste on them. So I'm gonna have to like find a good way to get down where I can fight as few of them as possible. And actually, you know what we might do is just run past them all and then go directly into the catacombs and then quit out. Or just rest and then come back out, because then I can just fight the... I can just fight the avatar at the base of the tree. That should work. I just don't want to waste like my fire pots and stuff on them when I need to use them for the avatar. Not that I can't make more in between combats as long as I, you know, don't trigger a boss fight or something like in between, but... go. Alright, so there should be another cracked pot, like, over here somewhere, I think. Unless this is one of the ones that gets... I don't remember if, like, there's a specific one or whatever that gets... or ones that get removed when you start with, cracked pots, or if it's just whichever ones you would be picking up last that just automatically get removed. It's such a weird one. It's weird that there's no, like, corpse there that's just on. It's just kind of floating. But yeah, that'll be worth. Honestly, we could make an extra oil pot with that. We've already got 8 of these. There are 3 specific ones that get removed. I'm 80% sure. Yeah, that's what I remembered. I just don't remember which ones get removed. So I'll have to kind of, like, look around and figure it out. I don't know why he's, like, so AI stuck right now. I was gonna save these red mains, but honestly, we kind of need the damage, I think. Oops, should have oiled first. What the fuck? Okay, got weirdly stuck there. Alright, certainly not my best play, but, it's fine. Yo, Brett, how's it going? Flame Shrouding Cracked here can be worth with our current build, and honestly, we should probably just put that in our physic at this point. I keep forgetting to use my physic on this run for whatever reason. Yeah, we could have done even more damage if we had had, like, certain things in effect buff, because, you know, certain buffs in effect, but I haven't really been using things properly there. But yeah, between these two, we'll get a fair bit of fire damage from the pots. Let's get some levels. 2 points of strength, maybe 2 points of int. Let's just focus on getting this to 20, and we'll continue with strength. Doesn't really help our other pots that much, but I'm just going to make what I can of those, but now we're already out of... We have exactly 3 ritual pots, so that's as much as we can make anyway, but we're out of old fangs, so that's why I want to save those. I should really probably not kill too many of these guys, but the nice thing about having imps in here, if I can find... Okay, nice one, lock on. Come on, bro. You actually need to, like, get hit by some of these. I was gonna say, the nice thing about it is... Okay. So you can actually get these guys to fight each other because they are the appropriate type of constructs. least when they don't get stuck and forget about each other anyway. Okay, thanks, lock-on, again. Jesus Christ. Why are they so hard to hit? Here we go. It sometimes does pay to be able to, like, craft some things on the fly so that you can restore some of your stock without having to rest. Alright. According to the wiki, choosing the cracked pot as your keepsake will remove 2 pots from the Oritza side tomb and 1 from Nomadic Merchant Kaled South. Okay. Good to know. That does mean that we can skip Oritza side tomb until later if we want. There's not anything underneath this one, right? No, there is. Okay. I don't think I went this way. Certainly Aeonian butterflies will likely be important to us, so we will certainly hold on to those. And then, let's see here. This was very foolish. Actually, no, I do have preserving boluses, so that's fine. And for once, soap actually coming in handy. I might actually make a little bit more of that, just since we're especially running around in sweatpants. I don't exactly have a lot of stuff here, so item crafting. We said it's just melted mushrooms, so it's not like we can't get a lot of that easily. It's nice when soap is actually handy. Because I don't really have a lot of armor and my level is not particularly high, obviously my resistance stuff like rot is going to be pretty low right now, so certainly helps. Alright, let's... Oh, I should have done this first. Let's craft some extra of these. Hopefully that'll be enough. I don't know why he's, like, still targeting me despite... Okay. Woo! That was super handy. Nice. Yep. The one and only time that fight is, like, super not difficult at all. Or rather, I shouldn't say difficult, because, like, I've had times where this fight is not tough, but it's like super, super easy when you actually have crystal darts available to use. All right, let's see. Actually, before we leave and go anywhere, let me craft these back up. And still holding a fair bit of those. Let's not worry about crafting them more just yet. Like I said, it's good to have some in reserve just in case to craft on the fly. All right. Now, I guess we could go start doing Stormveil at this point. Or maybe we make like a brief run through Fort Feroth just so we get the other Dectus Lift medallion piece so that we don't have to go through Ruinstrewn Precipice if we don't want to. And I don't know that I'll want to because Magmaware and Makar, I imagine we can beat with what we have, but it's probably going to be easier to just take the lift and not have to worry about that right now. So we'll do like a little quickie run through here, I guess. Actually, let me spend my runes first. Level up a little bit, and we could go buy some stuff, but let me just spend some runes this way. Get enough for one more level. That'll be good enough. Level up, 19, so one more level and int will be kind of where we'll leave it for at least a little while until we get like strength and stuff like that up a little more. We're probably going to want at least some FP, although I don't know that we'll need a crazy amount. Shit, it is probably not overly worth us trying to fight anything here. Our damage is going to be a little too low. Just need to run. Yeah, the Source Seal would actually be pretty good to have here. What am I using right now? I'm still not... I didn't even put a talisman on yet. But certainly we will pick that up. I don't usually ever bother using the lower, like the Scar Seals, because they're kind of not worth it. But the Source Seals usually are. The problem is, of course, that the mental stat one is super late game, so it ends up just not really being useful because of that. There we go. So that'll give us a nice bump to endurance, strength, dex, and vigor, of course. We do take more damage, but again, the vigor usually kind of helps offset that enough to not matter. Okay. Yeah, I have Flame Drake. I do have the Lightning Scorpion Charm. Or wait, is it Sacred or Lightning? Sacred, sorry. I have the Sacred Scorpion Charm, which will be good for, like, holy pots, but that's... we can worry about that when we want to actually use that stuff. All right, I think that's probably going to be all of the cracked pots and stuff that we're going to be able to get until we start doing some dungeons. There might be some ritual pots we could grab. I could quickly check ritual pots as well. Because, yeah, there's some in Stormveil, there's some in Raya Lucaria. We got the Groveside Cave one. We got the... there's one by the Royal Moon Gazing Grounds, Site of Grace, and Carria Manor. Okay. We could get that, I suppose. I just figured before we start doing any legacy dungeons, it would help for us to have as many pot slots as possible. One by Avenue Balcony, that's Landell. 4 total normally in Aritza Side Tomb, 2 of which will be gone. I think I've bought all the ones that we could from merchants. there's what, like 20 total? So we would get like, we're at what, 12, so we would get like another 2 in Aritza, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, wait, are we at 13 or 12? 13. Okay, so yeah, seven more to get. So yeah, I guess the only other one really would be to like try to get the Carrier Manor one. I don't want to do all of Carrier Manor right now, but we could at least just grab that, I guess. I'm going to grab the Intelligence Knot tier while I'm over here as well. And then after that, I think we're probably going to just be in good shape to just go ahead and go do Stormvale. And Margit. Actually, that's this way. Right? So I got to get down there. Bypass all the fingies. Alright, there we go. I say we do Moog and Rykard via Assassination, so our first Legacy dungeon in Lando. We shall see. I don't know, like I said, what all bosses I'm going to ultimately do on this. Like I said, it might eventually be an all bosses run. I just haven't fully decided yet where we'll go with it. Actually, one other thing. I want to grab the golden seed that's down this way. Especially if I don't end up doing Ruin Stern Precipice. I don't want to forget this seed. It's one of the easy-ish ones to grab. Moog bleeds, so he'll be easy. I don't really have much that does bleed. I mean, I have Kukri. And in the mausoleum, you can get the swarm pots, I guess. Although I don't know how good they're going to be against him, because he does have to stand a little bit still for them to be good. Give me your mushrooms, please. Thank you. Just trying to make sure that I pick up any sort of, like, ingredients that I see that might be useful, just kind of on the way, of course, but to anywhere that I'm going, but like especially mushrooms and flame butterflies, just because they're something that I use like very frequently. Just because it then requires that I don't have to, or requires less farming in the immediate sense, at least. Aren't bloodbone darts a thing? I don't think so. There's blood arrows, but yeah, so you get there's no like regular blood arrows, but there's craftable blood bone arrows. Same for rot. With bolts, you can get like bird bolts to make like, so there's actually ammo that does bleed. But yeah, as far as darts are concerned, I don't think there's any specific bleed darts, unless I'm just absolutely forgetting something. It's the darts are pretty minimal. It's like regular bone darts, poison darts, and crystal darts. I think that might be it. So I'm forgetting one. I do sort of wish that there was at least one other variety, like rot darts or, you know, some other like potentially quick way to use a throwing weapon to apply that sort of status ailment. Or even just, you know, frost darts or something. But I guess they figured you get all that shit in pots anyways, and they wanted you to be able to have some other, like, craftable poison throwing knife, so that's why, like, the darts exist, but they didn't want to go, like, out of their way to make, rot darts and every other sort of, like, elemental dart under the sun, so much as just, you know, giving you the basics. So I think they expected people wouldn't really use the darts very often outside of, like, PvP. And largely just as, like, little poke check shit, generally. Then get all the train as early as you can, that's for sure. Sleep pots will certainly be important later on. But yeah, even without, like, darts for it, like, we can still fight Moog, you know. Like I said, Kukri do apply bleed. I think that it's just that they're, like, the only throwing weapon that does. For, like, a knife, I mean, style of thing. And then there's swarm pots, which work kind of like the swarm of flies spell, if I remember correctly. And then that should apply bleed, but then that's really it. Check in with this guy, but he shouldn't have anything that I care about, I don't think. Yeah, because we don't need to craft ammunition in that regard, so... Bewitching branches we are allowed to use, and getting the recipe for this probably wouldn't hurt. Or even just having some on hand. That's another one of those things that we could use in at least dual boss fight type things to get enemies to attack each other. It doesn't work with Godskin Duo, but obviously you can use it on, like, the ads in the Commander Niall fight. Stuff like that. Or Commander O'Neill. I think it's Niall, I forget. Which one's which suddenly? The one in Castle Soul. Alright, so with that done... What else? Just trying to think about, like, where we can get things like golden seeds. We shouldn't really need too many most of the time, but just head back here and continue with the carry manor thing we were going to do. Niall is in Soul, that's what I thought. Yeah. So how's it going, Shadok? Yeah, I was pretty sure. Alright, so it says... It says Royal Moon Gazing Grounds, Site of Grace, and Carry Manor. From the Site of Grace, go back to the manor. Oh, okay. That's the... I was gonna say, that's the boss Grace, but... They mean off the little side path, and I remember that now. It's all the... where all the little jar men are. You're not using the official guide? I wish I was, but I don't actually have a copy of it. Not that it would be the easiest thing to look up in the moment, aside from maybe in the PDF version. Like, technically, I probably have access to some PDF versions, but I don't have, like, the finalized version of it. So it's kind of, like, not great. That's some bullshit. Yeah, it is. It's not that we don't, you know, aren't due one or anything like that, but the guy that we kind of, like, work under has been really bad about sending books out. I will remind him again, and hopefully at some point we will get them. Because, yeah, normally in the past, like, when people write these kind of books, you can expect to get, like, not even just one free copy, but usually, like, a few, if you want a few, to give to, like, some friends or whatever as gifts, or just if you want to keep some for, the possibility of selling one down the road. That's an option. But not like, it's not like they're going to just send you like a crate full of them or something like that. It's just more like, how many copies do you want? Like, out of a handful or whatever. But yeah, he's been, he's been not good about, in the last like few projects, he's not been very good about remembering to send people their books, and people have been getting a little bit mad about it, rightfully so. Because, it's not that I don't know that it's that he doesn't get it at all, but like he just doesn't seem to be remembering like why it's important for people to have physical copies of a thing that they worked on, especially if they poured like their entire life into it for 2 years. So yeah, obviously it's a thing, but like I don't have mine. Charlie doesn't have. Charlie and GD don't have theirs. I don't think Spy might have gotten his like a copy of the first book. I'm not really sure, but I don't know if he got the second one. And yeah, anyone else who also worked on it as well with us, I'm not sure. So, but I didn't even get my like Horizon Forbidden West guide, so it's at a point where I'm not sure that I'll even get them without having to buy them, and by now it's also not worth trying to buy them because they're going to be way too expensive. So, I don't know. I'm sure if nothing else, I could get a free PDF version pretty easily, but it's not exactly ideal. All right, let's come back through here. There's certainly like other stuff to pick up in here. Most of it's not really all that important, but I don't really want to get grabbed by anything if I can avoid it. These finger creepers are kind of annoying to fight with this setup, so we're just going to ignore them. All right. But yeah, I'm sure that at some point I will have copies of the books that I've worked on. It may take a bit, but believe me, I would rather use those than anything on Fextra. As convenient as it is to just pull something up on a side monitor, like just for... It's the principle of the thing. I don't like Fextra Life. I don't like the company that they work for. And if there was a more reliable wiki, I would just use that. And one that doesn't, feel scummy to use in general. I guess I'll run this way and get this stuff too. Just for the heck of it. Oops. I should have quit out. I did not mean to jump at that angle. I I thought I was going too far to the left, so I tried to I tried to correct a little bit to the right and then went way too far to the right. Whoopsie. Still feel better about PR guy has been shitty about sending us copies of the books we worked on versus we aren't actually even owed a copy of the book. Yeah, if that were the case, I would be right with you there for sure. Like working really hard on something like that and just not, you know, getting a copy for yourself without having to like just pay retail price for it or something like that would be just kind of absurd. Or even after market rate, you know, price if from resellers or whatever. Because that's just kind of a normal fucking thing, really, is like when you work on shit like this, you're normally expected to be owed a thing, you know, the product that you worked on. I'm assuming they're out of print. Yes, they should be by now. They've done reprints of the first one, at least one reprint, I mean. And so they might reprint stuff for the second one at some point, maybe. If they have any other corrections in it that need to be made or that they want to try to make, or just something to be updated. But you know, reprints cost a lot of money, so there's the, you know, when Future Press decides to do reprints, especially of like older books, like there has to be like a lot of desire out there for people to want them, because it's, as much as people will complain online, on Twitter, on etc., whatever, like most people just have no real understanding of what it takes to make these things. And even just to do something like a reprint, because the paper stock and everything is so motherfucking expensive, just like trying to arrange to get like a book reprint for like several thousand copies or whatever is, you're asking for a lot these days. It's no simple task. Both volumes are available on Amazon for 45 USD each right now. That probably means that they haven't, like, Amazon has not sold through their stock yet, but I mean, they might still be printing the second one. The first one was out of print until they reprinted it, so they might have some shipments yet, but yeah, otherwise I don't know that they have anything especially ongoing with them, because they should theoretically sell out pretty fast. And they normally do. Alright, let me come on over here really quick. Just gonna grab this stuff again for the heck of it. Concerned people at work are sick and I am very tired today. That's not a good sign. Well, I hope that you don't come down with anything and you're just sleepy instead. Need a little extra rest, but either way, if you do, I hope that you recover very quickly and that it's nothing super serious. Right, similarly, I'm gonna run by this guy because our damage ain't exactly with it for that. Oops, I apparently did not silence my phone, sorry. Take care of that in just a second. Ooh, did I get anything delivered? I am expecting a delivery today. Maybe not yet. Let me actually text my roommate really quick. One moment. Okay. There we go. Someone had COVID, so yeah, well, hopefully it's not positive for you, but again, if it is, I hope that it passes through quickly. You know, even with the vaccine, it's not fun to go through. For me, I've had COVID once. I was vaccinated and had some boosters when it hit, and it only lasted for about a week or two, somewhere in between. So there was thankfully no like long COVID symptoms for me. It was a pretty miserable week, or at least like a good part of it was, but it was not really any worse than like a really bad cold after having taken precautions. So actually want to see what this item is over here. I know it's like a material thing, but it might be like one of the rare times where we actually want it. Instead of just ignoring it, because normally I'll just try to not deal with it because of this wolf. Oh, here it is. Just some rhymed crystal blood, which we didn't really need, but that's fine. Saw like the wolf's eyeballs there from behind. That was weird. Hey, Karate, how's it going? How are ye today? On this fine Wednesday. Didn't really want to get your attention all that bad, but alas. I'm good. Finally about to dig into my meatballs I made from scratch. Hey, nice. What all do you put into your meatballs? And also, did you make it with like a bolognese, style? So why was he just waiting there? I swear to God, this game cheats sometimes. Yep, of course. And of course, you're body blocking me some fucking how. Now we will fight Loretta at some point and come through here for all this, but we're not going to do it right now. This is our purpose here at the moment. Is to come this way for the cracked pot. Now listen, I am one of your brethren. I am a fellow Jar. I know I don't have the helmet yet, but ignore me. I'm just passing through. Just a friend. A pot friend. Oh, there it is. I think? No. That's not it. That's a smithing stone. Where is the fucking thing again? Did I pass it already? I didn't think it was any lower than this. Do I have to kill one of the jars for it? Now I've fallen, so... It's alright, we can make the run again, but... Unless it's this, but I thought this was something else. Yeah, that's carrying grandeur. Alright, upper level. Playing Last Faith and getting so annoyed at the big blood boss in the Ice Mansion. Sorry, it's taking me a minute to remember. I think I know which one you're talking about, but yeah. There's a few things about that game that do get kind of frustrating. What weapon are you using, by the way? Sauteed onion and garlic bread, crumbs, parmesan, eggs. I made a ragu with carrot, onion, crushed tomato, garlic, celery, and all the herbs. Nice. That sounds really good, karate. I can't wait to have some lasagna here in probably a couple of days or something. I've got that big ass lasagna to throw in the oven at some point. But I might wait until I might do it tomorrow actually. If my brother ends up coming over then. So I don't want to eat like, you know, it's a huge lasagna, so it might be like a bit much for even just like, even if I'm splitting it with like my roommate, that's a lot of lasagna. I mean, I'm always happy to have leftovers, but it's kind of like at least a 3-person lasagna. Because they make it, it's not only like a full pan of lasagna, but it's thick and hearty. Like they put a lot of stuff in it. So like you don't need big slices to feel full with that lasagna. Excited because I got to use my stand mixer and meat grinder attachment for the first time. Nice. Yeah, I still need to get a meat grinder attachment for mine, but I love using my stand mixer for stuff. All the cookies that I made recently I used it for, even though cookie batter is usually not something you necessarily need a stand mixer for, but it just makes things easy to be able to like put things in a bowl and then flick the switch to turn the thing on instead of like having to use like a hand mixer or a whisk or some shit. Just a lot easier. Cleanup's not really very bad unless you make a mess. You don't need them, it makes it so much faster. Yeah, exactly. I do like having it for stuff like, you know, if you're gonna make something more involved like bread or some shit. Alright, hold on one second. Let me just make sure that I didn't misunderstand where this pot is supposed to be. It says I was in the right place. I just must have missed it. I'm using the blood katana. Yeah, that's the weapon I ultimately switched to finish the game, because the damage for it is so fucking much better than a lot of other weapons. Some weapons, like I did see a showcase that Fighting Cowboy put together of all the weapons in the game, and it does seem like all the weapons are still pretty viable, but you know, when you really compare them direct next to each other, like a lot of the weapons require that you use, like the non-special weapons seem to require that you use weapon buffs and stuff to really get their damage to be like even close to adequate. Because compared to the whip that I was using for the entire rest of the game, at least once I found it, the blood katana just fucking was like a night and day difference. It was way better damage wise, and it just made like the final, like the secret true final boss sort of thingy of the game was has some unnecessarily stupid mechanics still, but the blood katana at least made it so that I wasn't just doing teensy tiny chip damage with every hit, so it cut like the time of the fight roughly in half. It was still like a lengthy fight even with that katana, but it just was not as annoying. Because yeah, the Last Faith was a game that like I went back and forth on as far as like, is this good? Is this not so good? Is this good? Is this not so good? Because almost the entire time I was like, this game is good, but then I kept running into problems with it, and then later realizing, okay, well, this isn't actually the problem that I thought it was, because I'm in an area too early, and I just thought that I had to be here. So, you know, the excessive damage of this area is not actually like forced on me, so whatever, I can just deal with this. It's no problem. But, you know, there's still plenty of like times where I just kept running into like one thing or another with that game where I was just like, I don't want to rant because I just got done praising this game like 5 minutes ago, but now I feel like this other thing is really fucking dumb. So it kind of sits somewhere in the middle with me because like most of the things that I ran into that were like problems with that game were not real problems. I just was missing something. Oh, there it is. Right. But there was also a number of things that they could have done better, therefore, design-wise, so that that kind of shit didn't come up so often. There's a handful of enemy designs that are just kind of stupid as well, but for the most part, I didn't really have too much of a problem with that. It was mostly just like certain Metroidvania things that were, you know, implemented into the game in a way that could have been done a little bit better so that they were more clear and you don't run into like big waste of time problems that lead you to ranting because you suddenly just enter into like a massive difficulty spike without realizing that you're just in an area that you're not supposed to be in yet. Which, granted, doesn't happen that much, but it can happen. And just otherwise, like certain just misunderstandings occur in that game beyond just like that stupid ice area fuck up like early on. That I just feel like they could have done a little bit better. Furthermore, not that it's like a bad design specifically if you don't want to put more combat wise into your game, but I do feel like the game would have been a little bit cooler to have stuff like better jump attacks aside from just like you jump and you press one button and you get your normal attack in the air and you can do maybe one attack while you're in the air or two with a double jump. Because, you know, some air combos would have been cool. Some just different maneuvers in general would have been cool. Not to mention the fact that just even being able to use like a ranged weapon or a spell whilst jumping would have been nice. Not having any of that, or even, yeah, just like a vertical attack would have made a considerable difference. But, you know, I realized they were kind of going for like a little bit of an older Castlevania feel, which doesn't really have that sort of functionality much either. So, you know, I understand that some of that was probably an intentional choice. It just felt like, compared to a lot of other modern Metroidvanias that are going for a similar vibe, it just felt like a little bit of a step backwards, but not in a like terrible way. It's more of a constructive criticism that like I would prefer if there was a bit more you could do there. And yeah, you can definitely get wombo comboed really easily in that game, but I feel like that also happens in a lot of Metroidvanias, so I don't necessarily hold that specifically against Last Faith, but overall, I definitely liked the game. As much as it did get me to rant in numerous sections about one thing or another, I mostly walked a lot of those rants back or ended up walking them back, so I still definitely liked it. I tell you what, I kind of want to go kill another Erdtree avatar for the hell of it, so let me come up here. I'm not going to use red main pots, though. I'm just going to use the regular fire pots, and then I guess other stuff, because I didn't really make oil pots here. But we have 14, so hopefully that'll feel like enough. It is raining. I don't know if that'll really make a difference or not, but... I did put the flame tier in my physic, I think, at least, so that should help. Bring it. Alright, 2 more ought to do it. I get the same fucking finish as last time where he snuck out an extra beam attack that I still had to run from even though he was dead. Alright, so that one's dead. Some more runes for us and all that. Not a lot, but should probably buy some more shit. What do we want to buy? If we're gonna go that route. We could get more kukri, some more fan daggers wouldn't hurt. Actually, maybe we should just level up. It probably makes the most sense right now. We could even potentially do the other Erd tree as well, just to get it out of the way. Though we might actually want some oil pots for that one, just to maybe use the red main pots on, but I kind of don't want to use red main pots on these guys. Let's just hold off on that for now. But yeah, let's just go ahead and start trying to make our way through Stormvale and all that. So we got Margit to do, but we'll see how this goes. And we'll just bring what we've got, I guess. But we also just really need talisman pouches and everything, so... Yep. Oh, actually, no, I did just think of one other thing, too. Well, we can do it after we get our second talisman pouch, but I should get, like, the Flame Scorpion Charm. But that is in Mount Gelmir, actually. I don't know why I was thinking it was in Caelid just now. It's because I was thinking of the fort that it's in, and for whatever reason that made me think of Caelid. But it is not. It is in Gelmir. Fort, Lade. It would also have been nice to see something more substantial upon finishing NPC quests, because the Steam achievement isn't really much of anything. Yeah, I do feel like the NPCs felt like... I mean, their art is great, and their voice acting is also good, but I feel like the NPCs feel like a little bit of an afterthought in certain regards. They could have done a little bit more with that. I feel bad ruining the 69 that we had there, but... still short by a few. Actually, maybe we just kill a guy instead of wasting a rune. That'll work. Whoever wrote the dialogue needed to put down the fucking thesaurus. Yes, what is Old Englishy sounding here that we can use? That sounds intelligent. I mean, not to harp on the devs for that. A lot of game devs do that shit in fantasy or fantasy adjacent games. Like, I don't mind it so much, but I do agree that it is something that sticks out oftentimes as like a unnecessary amount of big words, rather than just like something that sounds like plain old, you know, like not plain old English, but I mean like old as, yeah, OLDE. Ye old plain English. All right, let's do this shit. Should probably actually use one of these for this. The damage is not as good as I was hoping for. What? That went fucking through you. expecting him to input read more.
Well, thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished.
Like that. That's what I was assuming would happen more frequently, but he's not been doing it quite as much. I hate that combo so much. It's so hard to dodge all of that. Okay, well, I was supposed to throw a pot a little earlier there, but it didn't come out for some reason. Later, Margit.
I shall remember thee, tarnished. Small.
Yeah, you can remember me if you want. Just remember that the score is currently 1-0, Shuriken Shan. Let's squeeze out an extra level here, since we have some more runes we can use. Another 400. Is that enough, or are we a little short? No, we have enough. Okay. It's like every character was... Wait, hang on. I mean, I get using more fancy language, but the dialogue in this was so fucking dense and nothing sounded like anything that would ever have been said in conversation. Like every other character... Or every character was a romantic poetry major and just had to show off. Yeah, no, I get you. Voice acting and character art was good, just needed to dial back the language a bit. Yeah, I don't disagree. I kind of noticed that myself, but... Because when you play something like Elden Ring, it's not like they don't do stuff like that, but it doesn't feel like every other word is something that they had to, like, look up in a dictionary before they said it. You know, and it's fine to use, like, some flowery language and stuff from time to time, but I do like when it's, like, more for, like, used for certain characters, maybe. Like, if you want to show off the intelligence of a particular character, then that character uses that shit, rather than, like, every character speaking that way. We're all very eloquent. Each and every one of us. Not just the one particularly smart character or, you know, virtuoso bardic character, you know, archetype that just sounds like they should have, like, a really big vocabulary and wants to be especially verbose or some shit. All that farming was certainly useful, but I feel like we've gone through a ton. All right. Do I want to do anything else with my other talisman slot? Sacred Scorpion Charm is a no thanks right now. We could put the America's Scar Seal on for extra stats. We will take more damage. I don't know if it's worth putting on both. But because our stats are so mixed in this case, like, it's actually one of the few runs where this would kind of make sense to do. Though, again, it's better to have the Soar Seal. It's just that, unfortunately, we can't get the Marika's one until super late game, so... but do I want 12 free levels anyway? It's certainly good to have, but I don't know if the damage trade-off is as good for this because you don't get extra HP as a result. So, you do get, like, some resistance bonuses, but that's about it. I think we say no to that one for now. But yeah, I do want to get the, if we're going to take more damage, I'd rather have something like the Fire Scorpion Charm.
It's tightly hooked. The guards you breached. Yeah, you're jipe.
And maybe some other stuff too, but, Ritual Sword Talisman we could probably still make some decent use of. maybe. I don't know. I can't remember what all translates to the attack power of consumables. Because certain things might not. They may only apply to weapon damage and or spell damage, but most things should just apply. If it just says, like, damage, it should apply to your damage overall. It just kind of depends. Do stat increases really increase damage of pots and stuff? Yes. Slowly, but yes. They aren't, like, overly amazing with it, but they do, in fact, make your stuff a little bit better. Oh, it's hitting a tree. Yeah. The birds don't have a lot of HP, to be fair, but, you know, it's kind of what I'm getting at is, like, Kukri, already that's going to do decent damage to them, but, like, the fact that we are getting a little bit of dex and strength up there is going to increase its damage a little bit over time. To get a lot of extra damage out of any sort of throwable, you tend to need quite a bit more. Like, they scale, like anything else, they scale all the way up to 99. I did not want to fall down here. Shit. Well. Motherfucker making me waste my shit. Don't do that. I knew that one wasn't going to hit. I do, like, kind of genuinely hate that. I don't even know why I bothered to get this fucking thing. I do kind of genuinely hate that a lot of throwables just, like, easily miss flying enemies. Because of the way the lock-on and everything works, they just kind of... What's annoying about it is that it looks like it's hitting them or should hit them, like it passes straight through their fucking body and then misses anyway. The most aggravating is, like, on Tarnished whenever they do a jump attack, because it's like they just get to ignore the hitbox. Because when you're jumping, you don't have iframes. I mean, you kind of do, because it just changes your hitbox, but it's like the lower part of your hitbox that gets changed. I love being fully staggered so that I can't do anything. I guess we can grab these. I need to, like, not spend all of my resources killing every single thing through here. Using the action pouch for any of the throwables, or is that just for heals? Right now, it's just for heals. For certain consumables, I might use the action pouch in the future. But it'll likely not be for, like, regular throwables, because it'll make them really awkward to throw. For something like, you know, if I wanted to be able to regularly use something that was like Margit's Shackle or some shit like that, which is not super likely to come up, but in a regular sense, I mean. Thanks for the butterflies. up probably having to do a little bit more cracked crystal farming here soon. I mean, we have a crap ton of crystal darts stored, but it's nice to have like some just on hand so that I can safely use crystal darts as we're traversing areas to actually kill enemies and actually get some fucking runes for a change, and then just be able to craft more on the fly. This will be a little bit of a weird one. I might even just do one of these for this. Alright, that went just fine. I gotta say, like, you know, I'm really loving just running around in sweatpants and eventually the jar helmet. That might be all I end up wearing for a lot of this run, because I kind of forgot how fucking good light roll is in this game, especially after they buffed it. Like, it makes a huge fucking difference to be able to roll as, not only as fast, but as far as you can in this game. With light roll, it's kind of crazy. And yeah, plus the sweatpants got drip. That is very true. Just realized how annoying the Banished Knights are going to be. Kept Margit's Shackle on for dungeons to proc traps and invisible walls. Yeah, for like, especially the one, Hero's Grave and Altus, the Oritza one, like, having, having something like Margit's Shackle for that can save you a lot of headache when it comes to dealing with the chariots. You know, at least since that you're capable of doing that sort of thing with that. Which was not really, again, like an intended thing, but, you know, still cool that it exists anyway. Okay. Back up through here and head up outside. I've done Stormveil like a lot recently, like not only in the Ash of War run, but I had done some playing off stream of another character I was trying to level up for Charlie's anniversary stuff. I'm still not really sure. Oh, whoops, I was not paying attention. It's been a long time since I've been grabbed by that guy. I'm well aware of his existence. I just was not even thinking about what I was doing. But yeah, for Charlie's anniversary, you know, in that she wanted to have like the whole PvP boss thingy challenge. I'm still kind of debating on like how I want to approach that, because I want to have like some options available for different areas. Speaking of Charlie, she just, that's what that noise was. But yeah, I'm debating whether or not that I want to just level up multiple characters, or if I just want to use like one kind of like semi higher level character, since you do get scaled at least some, like resistances matter a little bit, but not like a huge amount. And then just use different upgraded weapons for whatever area she's in that's like appropriate. That way I don't have to level up like 4 different enemies or PvP characters or 5 or whatever options I want to have available. I'm sure other people will be doing it, of course, too, so I don't expect to be like the chosen fight in like for every region she's gonna do. But I want to have options available for whatever, you know, whatever there is. I rolled that. Wait, no. Oh, the buffered roll. Okay, I'm alive. That was still some bullshit because the game kind of robbed me there, but at least I didn't die. Wait, did he jump down? He did. What the fuck? But yeah, I was trying to roll before he hit me, and I mistimed it, so I took a hit, and then as soon as my hit came out, I was just trying to like attack again, and instead my buffered roll came out. Tried to fucking yeet me off the edge. 'Twas not cool, game. Level up. Okay, we got a while yet for that. How's our storage for everything looking? Still pretty good. Got plenty of kukri. Fan daggers are looking okay. Crystal dart storage is fine. Again, we'll go farm up some cracked crystals soon. In fact, actually, let me just make a couple of really quick runs through here really quick, just so we have extra on hand. Because that allows me to actually fight my way through the dungeon and then craft more as we go. I like being able to actually kill things. At least some of the time. I don't mind running by a lot of shit, especially in like something like Stormvale, where I've lately been doing the dungeon a lot repeatedly. It's nice to be able to kind of just like skip through some stuff. Yo, Charlie, welcome to the stream. I don't normally ever say that. That's so weird. Thank you for the raid. I just pulled like a Sammy train. How's it going? Thanks for the raid, Charlie. How was the rest of the stream? I know you already achieved bingo, so I don't really need to ask that. Did you finish Dark Souls 3, though, on the run? Do a shout-out anyway, just for the heck of it. Even though I'm pretty sure everyone that was already here probably knows full well who you are already. It was kind of a Sammy intro, yeah. I was like, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I don't know why I said that. I think it's because I was talking about your anniversary stuff and how I've been like playing through the games a lot recently just to kind of like maybe get some characters leveled up. I'm debating whether or not that I want to make a lot of character options for you, or if I want to just like use one sort of later game leveled guy, since the level scaling will mostly scale to where you are, and just kind of use different weapon upgrade levels. That way I'm like appropriately balanced for any area that I might try to invade. And if I want to just change up, you know, the flavor of the character, I can always change their appearance and name. I don't have to use the same name, you know, since they allow you to do that at the mirror. So just to save myself some work of having to level up like 4 different characters to have like as options for different areas. You know, that sort of thing. But I just want to make sure like I've got some shit ready for your anniversary. But yeah, as I was thinking about that, I was also thinking about the fact that Sammy was going to be doing Dark Souls 2, I guess tomorrow. So interested to see how she takes that on and what she thinks of it. But anyway, how's it going, everybody? Kishi, Ari, Charlie, of course, Sass, GD, Amateur, how's it going, everybody? Hope y'all are doing well. Welcome in once again. I'm just quickly like running through here to grab a little extra cracked crystal to have on hand. That way I can craft crystal darts on the fly, because I actually have a huge amount stored, but you know, in order to get stuff from your storage, you have to be able to rest at a grace. So sometimes it's good to be able to have like materials on hand to craft stuff in between combats, just to quickly fill up your stock without resting. So I'm just making sure I have a little bit of a surplus. But yeah, here I am once again, just running around in the fucking sweatpants and sandals. And I was saying to you earlier, but I really just kind of like forgot and missed how much like light roll is good in this game. Or fast roll, whatever you want to call it. Because you get so much fucking roll distance with this after they buffed it. I'm just so used to like playing with like a medium load on like starting off on whatever it is I'm starting on, that I kind of forgot how fucking goated fast roll is in this. Because I like playing with light roll most of the time, but I usually just kind of work my way towards light roll rather than worry about like starting out with it. but it's like hella good in this. Alright, that's probably enough for now. Let's head back to Stormvale. You got a favorite Souls game, HD? My rankings have a tendency to kind of change from time to time, but I kind of rank them in a weird way. Because they sort of blend together for me a little bit. It's hard to pick like a specific, just like favorite overall. Like I really like Dark Souls 1 overall just for nostalgia reasons and just kind of as like the overall like package, but it was also the first one that I started with, so you know, that's kind of like an assumption for I think a lot of people's like first Souls game. I have to sleepies, but I'll reply to your DM. All right, no worries. And thank you again for the raid. Get yourself some rest. Yeah, I will probably message you soon about some more Remnant 2, by the way, just to see what you're feeling like. Maybe tomorrow morning or the following day, whatever you're feeling, if you got time. But yeah, thanks again. Have a good rest. And yeah, let me know. I guess you already responded to it. Hang on. All right, cool. Cool beans. By the way, I've been keeping an eye out just before you go. I don't think anything's been delivered yet, but there probably will be something soon, so I will keep an eye on the Ring camera to see if anything shows up. Daedra is here at the moment, so I did ask her to also keep an eye out, but she won't be here for much longer, so either way, hopefully the delivery will be here soonish. 2 packages. Yeah, I kind of wish that didn't happen so often, but it's all good. All good. Thank you again. Okay, so about what I was saying, I think all Dark Souls or even Souls games are good for different reasons. Yeah, I think that's kind of what I'm saying. They're all good for different reasons. Like, even as much as I shit on Dark Souls 2, even Dark Souls 2 is, you know, in its own standalone way, a good game, or at least vanilla is. I really am not a fan of Scholar. I don't like what they did with Scholar to just kind of, it just felt like they made a worse version of Dark Souls 2. There's like a couple of quality of life improvements, but everything else just feels worse about it. But vanilla, especially when I first played it, like, was a good game, and I enjoyed it a lot for many years until eventually I just kind of was like, I'm pretty meh about Dark Souls 2 compared to the other titles. But I also feel that way about Dark Souls 3 and kind of had the exact same sort of trajectory. So Dark Souls 2 and 3 are definitely kind of like on the lower tiers of my list. They're still good games, compare like in the overall spectrum of games that exist, but as for like Souls experiences, they're definitely like lower rung for me. So for me, like the overall package, like Dark Souls 1, it's very heavy nostalgia for me. Demon Souls, I have played the least, and I played it late because I didn't have a PS3. So I still don't exactly know where that one falls for me. I think it's overall a really good game. I think I probably rate it a little higher than Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3, but it's not like overly high on my list. But Bloodborne is my favorite aesthetically. I like the gothic horror / cosmic horror stuff in Bloodborne a lot. I like the combat in it quite a bit. Probably even more than the combat in Dark Souls 1, if I had to be honest. Although there are problems with Bloodborne's combat in some regards. As their overall, like, best, like, hands-down combat game, Sekiro is, like, leagues away from all the rest of them. Sekiro is by far their best combat game. And from just a sheer gameplay, well, combat-focused gameplay perspective, Sekiro would be my favorite in that regard. And then, yeah, Elden Ring is, it's a lot of good and a little bit of bad rolled into one giant package. It does have some of the negative qualities of Dark Souls 3 that they, you know, as much as FromSoft has developed a lot over the years and learned a lot of things from their previous titles, they also keep kind of doubling down with every release in terms of like trying to find new ways to trip up their veteran players, for difficulty, usually without trying to make things too hard for new players. Like, I still think Elden Ring is by far the most approachable of their games. But it's also the hardest, just in a general sense. Because a lot of like bosses, especially like big bosses with fast move sets that also do high damage, like, or they just, they've got like seemingly endless combos or super delayed attacks that just are all meant to be roll catches and shit like that. It's not the most fun combat experience in my opinion. It's nice when I like face the camera when I'm talking. I've just been letting y'all look at my character's back the entire time, but but yeah, it's still good. I absolutely love Elden Ring despite having played the ever-loving fuck out of it since, well, before the game was released, because I also worked on the strategy guide for Elden Ring. I'm still not really burnt out on it. Like, I've had moments where I didn't really feel like streaming it and stuff like that, but yeah, I really enjoy Elden Ring a lot, so I don't know. Hopefully that kind of answers your question a little bit. They're all good for different reasons. And if I had to pick like an overall like gun to my head favorite, I don't know. Maybe maybe just from a sheer gameplay perspective, it might be Sekiro, but like right now. But that might change because like all of the others that I mentioned in high regard are also very close. So, wait, I don't want to go this way yet. As far as Souls likes, Lies of P was really good. I was ranty about a number of things in Lies of P. Don't get me wrong, but I still think like overall, like that's probably one of the best, like most highly polished Souls likes that exists to date. And overall, I think I liked it a lot more. Now, to be fair, a lot of the stuff that I had problems with that game didn't cease to be problems until very late game or even New Game Plus. So I feel like as an overall package, Lies of P shines a lot in its late/New Game Plus territory. And early on, especially like midway through the game, like it definitely struggles with the need for things feeling like they need to be hard for the sake of hard, rather than just feeling like especially well balanced. I need to make more fire bombs. And some more of these while we're at it. Okay, that's looking fine and dandy. All right. I don't usually come here during the nighttime that often. It does happen every once in a while, but I think it's mostly just because we've been, or rather I've been very chatty and sitting still that it eventually passed to night. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to deal with this bird just yet. I'm trying to think if there's like another Souls-like that I really, really enjoyed. I don't really like a lot of Souls-likes too much. Like, it's not to say that I hate them, but there's been very few that I feel have been like genuinely super good, because they're all trying to, or many of them anyway, are trying to sort of ape a formula that FromSoft is using that isn't even really truly original to FromSoft, aside from, well, the formula is more original, but the individual ingredients in that formula are not necessarily new as of the release of something like Demon Souls. Like, a lot of those are things that have been used in games before, just maybe not in this particular mixture. I've just been lurking here, but I agree with you pretty much completely, except for the Lies of P stuff, since I haven't finished it yet. Just got to the Green Meanie. Yeah, I think like the game grew on me a lot as I went. Like, I first off, I started liking it a lot. I liked the aesthetic of it, and then as I got like a few bosses in, I started kind of getting a little annoyed at the frequency of double boss fights, like where it's not just like 2 stages, but where it's like a full-on you beat a boss's entire health bar, and then the second phase is a whole nother health bar. And in other words, you're effectively fighting 2 bosses back to back. because that happens a lot in Lies of P to the point where it's a bit of a tired trope by the end of it. But I don't mind it so much now. They just really overuse it, I think. Yeah, it's the Freed, the Sister Freed sort of effect, but like to a little bit of an egregious degree that starts to kind of wear out its welcome. A handful of bosses in. I was just saying that to my friend. He said, "Did you tell him to say that?" No, that's just my genuine feeling on it. But I do like Lies of P a lot. Certainly liked it more. I think now it's probably in a much better position than it used to be, especially because you can, if you want to, play a more dodge focused playthrough if you're not very good at the parrying. I forced myself to try to get good at the perfect guard system, but honestly, when the game first came out, it was pretty wonky, and as far as I'm aware, they've never really increased the amount of frames for perfect guards. They could have done it sneakily for all I know. But at release, doing perfect guards in Lies of P felt kind of way too difficult because, which would be fine if fury attacks were like a once in a while thing, but every enemy has fury attacks. They come out frequently. Bosses do them all the time. And what's worse is not just that you have to balance a lot of the game around the perfect guard system, but that even though you are building up stagger on your opponent, like it would be in Sekiro with posture, your perfect guards themselves don't break enemy posture, at least not by default. So you have to do something else to break their posture, which means you're adding extra steps kind of unnecessarily. And furthermore, a lot of perfect guards on fury attacks sometimes launch you backwards. So even if you've fully perfectly guarded the attack, you get launched or you slide backwards well out of the attack range for you to follow up with a counterattack that would help hopefully let you break the or stagger your opponent. So you now are out of position to where you need to be, and you now have to wait for the enemy to go through yet another combo before you might get a chance to get an attack in, which might completely ruin your chances of doing a stagger, unless you have like a shot put in your inventory, or you can quickly get out a Fable art or something like that to break their to stagger them. So all of that like in one package leads to like a little bit of a flawed design when so many enemies will knock you backwards with a perfect guard, because it just completely kind of fucks over the entire intent of the design in the first place. It doesn't need to be exactly like Sekiro, but it's already trying to be like Sekiro, but harder in terms of the parry window. Like the actual active frames of your parry are so tight and therefore punishing that it wants you to master it to be any good at it. But then furthermore, if it's then taking you out of a position to be able to counterattack, or you have to wait for some endless fucking combo to finally get a turn to counterattack with a charged attack or a Fable art or something just to be able to break their stance or, stagger them. It's just too many extra steps involved, and half the time you just lose your chance to stagger them, even with the unlocked increased stagger window and shit like that. It's something that actively hurts their own design when you put it in that way. Thankfully it doesn't like completely ruin the game or anything, but I'm just saying they could have worked that a little bit better. And that was one of the things that really kind of like frustrated me a lot with Lies of P, because I really wanted to, especially because early on, like dodging was kind of shit. They've made it better. But the parry focused bits, like I really wanted to just parry all the time, and it just was really not working out in a favorable way a lot of the time, even when I was succeeding. Also, hey Sato, by the way, I don't think I said hi when you came in. And hey Ed, how's it going? And also, Adamatron, I've been responding to your stuff, but I don't think I said hello to you as well, so hello. I didn't play it at release, but I've enjoyed Perfect Guarding so far. I think they've maybe made it a little... They might have done it sneakily, but I feel like they might have made the windows slightly looser without actually saying anything, because... I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe you're just really good at it. But I've heard that from a lot of people now, and I'm just wondering if it's at all possible that... they might have like increased the parry window by like a couple of frames without like announcing that they were doing it, just so that less people would be mad about it. Stupid ass birds. This is kind of why I was excited for the consumables only run, though, is being able to like use shit like that and have like a nice amount of mobility. Whereas like the Ash of War run, I just don't really have that because Ashes of War are so much slower to use most of the time. They're stronger, don't get me wrong, but I just hate kind of being like locked into an attack like for as long as a lot of them force you to be. So it's just definitely one of the big reasons why I ended up just being like, all right, I'm going to take a break from the Ash of War only run to start consumables only because I'm I'm tired of having like zero mobility. All right, hang on. I'll catch up on chat again in just a second. Okay, how about you? I'm pretty good. Why are we naked? I mean, we're not totally naked. We're just we're walking the sweatpants and sandals, you know? Eventually I'll have a jar on my head too. It'll be a while before that happens, but I'm just enjoying my light roll nature. I could probably put more armor on if I really wanted to, but kind of don't want to, so I guess that's that. I was really hoping I would hit both of you, but... it's a headshot. Alright, let's just come up here and grab this for the heck of it. I'm just grabbing a lot of things for not any particular reason other than just maybe to sell them in the future, because I'm probably not going to use this character post-run for anything, just because I've been selling a lot of stuff I would otherwise keep, like weapons and shit, but not that we couldn't use them for something still, potentially, but we'll see. Personally, I think that Pete did a great job to make you do both dodge and guard. It's not good to see to do just one thing all the time, pretty much. Yeah, well, I would agree with that. But again, I do feel like they made dodging better, because from what I had heard and what I've seen of people playing it since some of the later patches, the amount of like iframes or something like that you get from dodges are a little bit better now. The link dodge thing is something that obviously helped even from launch, but it seems like a lot easier to be able to dodge certain attacks than it used to be. Because just whenever I watch somebody else play that game now, like Sammy, I think Sammy just recently finished it, for example. And when I watch her dodge in that game, the way she's able to dodge certain attacks without necessarily having like specific abilities unlocked, shows me that like the dodging has gotten a little bit of love in some of their recent patches, because it used to be much harder to dodge some of those attacks. Just by, if nothing else, that the tracking of enemy attacks would just kind of prevent you from doing it in the first place. .6 out of 10. Yes, thank you. Nomadic Warriors Cookbook 10. Actually, the last couple of cookbooks that I've looked at, I haven't looked to see what they might have given us, if anything useful. Probably not much of anything all that useful. Staunching boluses can be useful. We should get the one that gives us the poison, the neutralizing boluses. I should at least look that up, so we have some form of poison cure. Obviously, preserving boluses are going to be important too, but we're going to have kind of a limited number of those anyway. That's interesting. These guys like aggroed instantly. They usually take a second. We gotta pay attention to our FP because it is getting a little bit low. dodge again. I always dodge that shit way too early. Admittedly, you should dodge into that attack, not away from it, but now I'm trying to, like, create distance this way. Keep an eye on the FP. We've been using up a fair bit. Were you asking where to get the neutralizing ballast recipe? I think it's the merchant on the beach in Limgrave. All right, I will check. Once we hit a grace, just so I don't forget. It's not like we need it right now, but I should just do it anyway. Get everything. Spear guy has not noticed us yet. We got a headshot there. I do kind of wish sometimes you could manually aim with throwables. A little bit, like, easier. What the oh, I'm out of FP. Right when at that fucking moment, too. All because I missed one dart. Alright, let's fix that. How much more cracked crystal do we even have? 32. Very nice smithing stone pickups. Wait, those aren't useful at all. I mean, to be fair, I can still sell them, so they're at least not completely useless, thankfully. Alright, let's come down here and grab this stuff. I will wait. I'm not going to teleport from this grace because I don't want to respawn the ballista archers, but I will at least light this grace. But once we get over to the one by the lion, we can go check that merchant, and then I also need to just take like a quick bathroom break anyway. So I've had a whole bunch of coffee this morning. It is another just kind of like a nice like relief about the consumables only run, because it does give you like a little bit of a sense of freedom to be able to just kind of like run around and do whatever you want and not really have to worry about like upgrading your weapons in a specific way. You still need like specific items, but and obviously the run is still going to be challenging. But I don't know. I'm just having a fun time running around just collecting things and throwing stuff at people. Shuriken Sean, living the life. Those, thank you. Ooh, smoldering butterfly and a mushroom for me? You shouldn't have. That's just free pot stuff right there. I'm not going to kill those guys just yet. We'll kill them once we come back out of here. I guess we'll kill this Lion Guardian since we can get some... well, now I'm fucking calling it by the wrong name. Elder Lion. These things are called Elder Lions, not Lion Guardian. Stupid Fextra Life getting the wrong name. um, I will get that thing killed, I guess, for the old fangs. We don't really need anything else that it drops, but if it drops like 1 or 2 of those, that'll be at least another couple of red main pots we can make. Let me just run up here and grab this, and then we can go quickly check that merchant. I still need to figure out what the fuck I'm going to want to put here. Those aren't useful. What talisman can I, like, grab quickly to throw in there that would be good? Obviously, we might want the arrow's reach talisman. I guess we could at least get that a while. I think that's the one that's here, right? Let me just check that really quick. There's no point really in not having it equipped, I guess. But I don't think it's going to be super useful in the long run because it mainly just affects like kukri, I think. I don't think it affects darts. When you can you get the Jarhead? So I have to do Alexander's questline for that, and it's when he shows up in Gelmir, so it'll be after Radahn. Unfortunately, I wish it could be sooner. Same with the Jar Talisman. It's like pretty late game, unfortunately. Either that, or I'd have to get someone to like drop it for me or cheat it in or some shit, which I'm not really wanting to do. But his quest is finished in Farum Azula, and I think you can't get the talisman before then, so... okay, thanks for just not moving, Torrent. I appreciate that. Except not really. Go. I'll put that on for now, but we probably won't keep it on. I'd rather have something that just improves my damage overall, since the reach, again, is not going to affect much of my stuff. Alright, so we got to come down here to check that. So while I'm here, I'm just going to quickly buy a couple of extra throwing knives. Yeah, we don't need those at all. We have everything else that's useful from him right now. Unless we want to buy a telescope for some reason, I don't think we'll need it, so probably not. Yeah, I don't know. I would like to have the Jar Talisman sooner rather than later, so... I don't know. I might see if somebody else just, like, has it and they can just drop it for me or something, but I'm not sure if that feels, like, good to do in, like, a Spirit of the Run sort of thing. It's not really against the rules in any sort of way, and I'd prefer to do something like that if someone has it rather than cheat it in, but at the same time, it still feels like cheating to just do, you know, accept outside help in that regard, just to get a talisman to boost my damage. I'd rather just probably not have it, frankly.
What do you need? I don't want any...
Yes, neutralizing boluses. That is what we need. So, let's see, I'm going to sell a few of those, purchase this. I might buy your... Well, hang on, what does it take to make one? Random crafting. Herba, Cave Moss, Great Dragonfly Head. We'll just go ahead and make all 11 of those right now. That should give us a pretty good position to be in with that for now. We're looking okay on Smoldering Butterflies and Mushrooms, but we're going to definitely need more soon. Soon-ish. We have 7 of those. I don't think we need to make more right this moment. Okay. So that part's done. Let me take myself back to here. And then really quick, I'm going to run to the bathroom, y'all, before I go kill this lion and stuff. So give me just like 1 minute. I am not going to put on the BRB screen or anything like that. Just give me 1 minute. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the wait. Just check one thing really fast. Oh, nice. See your food picture you posted there, Karate. Very nice. All right. Yeah, let's go ahead and continue. See if we can kill this lion without too much trouble. Jarhead is from Alexander near... Yeah. It's after the Radon fight that you can find him there, and he'll just give it to you. Which is not, like, too bad. It's just the, the talisman that feels like particularly late game. What the fuck? I tried to roll that. Trying to roll that too, but it's not letting me for some reason. Okay, I got overcommitted there. What does our fan dagger damage feel at this point? I gotta get a little close to use it, but... terrible, although maybe don't overcommit while you're using it. I shouldn't have wasted them on that, but it's alright. 2 old fangs, still good. Actually, you shouldn't respawn, right? So I'm safe to just rest and then go again rather than crafting more shit. Well, I mean, I gotta craft pots, but I'm somehow stuck in combat anyway, so... to aggroed one of the archers or some shit. That, and we're out of extra cracked crystal anyway, which is a problem. Alright, hang on, let me take one more like quick detour over here. About to go into a coma. That's the good stuff right there. I'm not, you know, at my current age, I will say that like going into a food coma doesn't feel so good anymore. Not that it ever felt like great, but you know, just to be like very satisfied, I suppose, with a big meal, but it's not very comfortable anymore. It's mostly I'd rather just be like satiated, you know, occasionally eat like kind of a big meal, but like I don't like feeling overly full. Not like I did when I was like a lot younger. Of course, for me, when I was like young, I had kind of a not so great relationship with food in the sense that I wasn't really much of a snacker at all, but I would definitely overeat at meal times. Just because I had the sensation that like I wasn't really done eating unless I was like really fucking full, like way too fucking full. So I developed like a really big appetite as like a young-ish kid. That was definitely not like a healthy habit, but thankfully not really too much like that anymore. There's occasional like types of food and stuff that I always want to try to eat a lot of, and then I usually regret it afterwards, but thankfully it's not shit like pizza and stuff anymore these days. It's usually more like food that like is a rare occasion treat that I just like I always want to eat like a lot of because there's like so many different little things to try with it or whatever. Like if it's a variety of like sushi or Indian food or whatever, um I might overdo it, but usually not in quite as bad of a degree. Food coma isn't the worst, but it feels like I wasted time because I just don't do the stuff I'd do if I was more energized. Yeah, no, I get what you mean. The worst is like, when you have like that food coma like feeling like during lunchtime or something, especially on like a day where you're working or whatever. And I feel like just certain foods can kind of do that to you a little bit. Back when I worked in my like old IT job, I used to go out for lunch like somewhat regularly with a few friends because it was relatively inexpensive to do so, and I used to kind of work sort of my own hours there, and I always worked like a fair bit of overtime, so they didn't really mind if I'd kind of just like, clock out for an hour and go eat lunch somewhere. Um, and usually we would just go to like this one diner up the road. It's not like we did this every day or anything like that. And the diner was fine because I would just get like something kind of breakfasty. Um, but every once in a while we would go to like this Chinese food buffet that had like really good food, but like it always left me feeling like really food coma-y afterwards, even if I didn't eat like a crazy amount. Like the food itself just made me feel tired. So thankfully we didn't do that super often because like it always sucked like going back to work to finish the rest of the day whilst feeling sleepy. Because then you just can't fucking wait to go home and just fucking chill. And you got like, 3, 4, potentially 5 hours, whatever left of the day you got to go through or whatever. Like it's just, that's not fun. Now, I haven't had to really worry too much about that for a long time because I've been self-employed for several years, but maybe even many years is more appropriate to say at this point. Because I stopped working at that job in like 2020. What fucking year was it? 2014, 2015? It's been a while. Alright, that'll probably be enough crystal. Grab a little extra down here before we run back to the thingy. Yoink. Oh, he mad. I had to just, this is not where I want to be, but I had to warp out quickly because I could hear him running up behind me. Okay. Sorry, let me get like a little bit of water really quick. All right. Let's continue. If I had just like a little bit more dex or int or something, I would do probably enough damage to two-shot those guys. Because, like, at least while they're unaware, it does, like, just enough to almost get there, but not quite enough. Hopefully we can get across here without trouble. Ah, fuck. I slid. Keep giving me those Trina's lilies. I'm gonna probably need a fair bit of sleep stuff later on. Alright, craft me a little bit more of these while we're here. Should be able to get to a grace pretty soon, so I'll probably endeavor to not make a bunch more. Ooh, thanks for the free kukri. Appreciate you. I'm gonna ignore killing more of these guys until we go rest and stuff. Any lethal gaming planned? I don't have it like planned yet, but I very much want to do more. I'm trying to see if like we want to do like a big group thing or another small group thing. I know Dodo went like a little hard over the holidays, so I'm trying to give him like a little bit of room when it comes to like co-op stuff, just to know for sure that he's like definitely feeling better and all that. But even if we're just doing like our small group or whatever, like I would definitely like to do more for sure. But I do feel like, yeah, like the bigger groups seem like even more fun, which is nice. So I know Moisey, Charlie, Jules, GD, pretty much everybody had said that they would like to do more if we can get like another big group going. So I'm kind of hoping we can like facilitate something kind of soon-ish for that, and maybe the next time we're doing that, maybe you can join in on the big group then too, because that would be cool. Because yeah, that one we had like a handful of folks. We already had like a bunch of mods for that. But you know, yeah, if there's potentially other good ones, we can certainly look into what you have as a list, like quality of life mods. I gotcha. What did I want to do? I kind of want to go buy more fan daggers just so I have them for Godric in case I need them, but maybe we can wait off on that until we get a little bit more, because they're very pricey. Fucking tanky ass dog right there. Fuck. I hate that he did the quick attack just then. I wasn't really planning to attack you through a doorway, but if that's where what you want to do, that's fine with me. But yeah, definitely Sato, I do want to do some soon, so hopefully we can facilitate something soonish with that. But I will definitely like keep on everyone else about it just to see if people want to like try to start planning something soonish, because obviously it can be a little difficult kind of getting a bunch of people on board for one day. But it would definitely probably make sense to do something soonish while some folks maybe still have off for the holidays or otherwise aren't too busy, maybe. We will come back through there. We can do that after. All right, take me this way for now. We'll do the rest of the courtyard later on. As long as I got one double kill, that's about all I was looking for, was just to be able to kill more than one with one firebomb. Okay. Sounds good to me. Just gotta let me know when you're doing it. I'll likely be up. Alright. Sounds good. Yeah, I might just like start trying to poll a few people just to see or message a few folks just to see when we might want to try to get something together, because maybe we can just sort of do like a tentative arrangement for a general series of dates or some shit. Well, that sucked. God damn it. Didn't even actually blow up the fucking thing, it just... I guess that worked. I had zero faith in that firebomb actually landing, but... we don't have any, like, long-range explosive stuff unless we, like, manually aim, which is not the easiest to do with a firebomb, for sure. Alright, let's go take on this, Cruci Knight here. Do the best we can with what we've got. Poison, and wait, are they... I think they might be immune to poison. I can't, oops. I can't remember. They're immune to, or wait, maybe it's just the one in the Everjail I'm thinking of. I know they're, like, immune to something. Definitely help to hit you when your shield is not up, that's for sure. Well, so much for that. Wow, that was like the most friendly AI Crucible Knight I've ever experienced. Alright, there we go. I mean, we did kill him fairly quickly, but I just was expecting him to hold up his shield a lot more. But he kept like trying to do like some weird shit from way too far away. Alrighty, let's see what else here have we got. Let's come on up here. And we gotta go back through like the rampart area again. Did I drop to get the one item? I think I did. Maybe I forgot. I don't remember. It doesn't really matter. Just on the outskirts out here. I think it's like Arteria Leaf, which is like kind of important. It says we have 12. I think we didn't have that much, so we probably did get it. I probably should have just not rested, actually. So we didn't have to kill these guys again. I was thinking about, like, replenishing my stuff, but I didn't really need to replenish anything that badly, actually. Come on, just hit him. Wasting my shit. Alrighty, so let's see. We can grab something down here from the roof. Well, a couple of things, and slowly make our way back to the courtyard from here. And then that'll pretty much be just about all that's left in Stormvale, aside from getting, like, the crackpots that we want. But I'll do, like, the whole dungeon. I guess we do have the ulcerated tree spirit, too, that we could do. We might as well give it a try. It's gonna be a pain in the ass, though. Hey, Nikushimi, how's it going? Hope you're doing well today. It's good to see you. Yes, put your shield down, you fool. It does not mean that I actually wanted to pick up your shield, but I'll take it anyway. It's going, just got done with some errands, so now it's time to relax. Nice. It's going well with you? Yeah, going pretty good, can't complain. Consumables only run actually going pretty swell overall, at least for now. I don't know that it will forever, but we shall see. Oh, torch bowl drop, huh? Okay. Interesting. Also not a very good weapon, but certainly not one that drops very often from most things. Thank you. I'll be taking these. Definitely need more stone sword keys as well, since we're using those up. What do we got left here? A bit. It's nice to be able to use the cracked crystals the way that I have been, but I will say that, like, having to go, like, farm them somewhat frequently is maybe not the nicest all the time. Okay. But then again, honestly, like, it's a much less annoying farm, I think, than getting stuff to make fire bombs typically is. That is not what I meant to select. There we go. Okay. Well, we're starting to have, like, enough runes that we could level up, so I might prioritize leveling before just buying, like, extra fan daggers, but we are going to want those. We do have a lot of consumable runes that we can use up, though, so... Hello? Alright, we're going to run back into the courtyard now, so I'm going to quickly come up here just to get some free stuff back before we go down, and we might as well just level up now as well. Level up strength some more, please. We'll just come down the elevator. Alright, so aside from the courtyard and the lower areas and stuff, then that should be all that's left for this. We will get one more golden seed while we're out here too, which is nice. I guess I'll try to get that giant to, well, no, I'm gonna skip that. I was gonna say, or not giant, but troll. I was thinking I'd have the troll try to, break the statue for me, but I don't really need smithing stones for anything, and other than just selling them, so I don't know what the point of that would be. Other than just getting like a few hundred runes out of it. Not particularly worth the effort. How was that? Okay. Not who I thought I was targeting there, but... Also, could you thank you for targeting the guy I've been trying to target this whole time. Alright, I'm gonna have to switch to something else, because I'm about out of crystal darts. Oops. Throwing daggers it is. Ooh, 3 is not enough. Throwing daggers, I think, do go up as well with, like, your strength and dex, but I think they take even longer than some other shit to actually get any real benefit out of them. In the long term, we will be raising strength and dex the most, but with some int and some faith. In fact, I might level up a little bit of faith after strength here. Maybe a little bit of arcane. But then, yeah, the rest of that is going to be largely a strength and dex focused thing, and we can just try to eke out some extra damage on things like holy pots and lightning pots and stuff with like talismans and shit like that to buff ourselves as much as we need to. I'm not gonna rest yet, but I do want to. Actually, no, it should be fine to rest now that I think about it. You know, we're not gonna like aggro all the other dudes just for aggroing the Omen and the dog. So, what talismans do you think about going for eventually besides the companion jar? Stamina, defense, dodge, buffing stuff, or are you thinking of going for the scorpion charm? So mostly like scorpion charms. Obviously the jar talisman would be really good to have in the long run, but it is pretty late game to get it. So Radagon's Sorcio we might just stick with for a while just because it's free stats. I don't know if I'll take the Marika's one, especially since that's also like extremely late game. I have the Arrow's Reach Talisman on for the moment, but we're probably going to just ditch that because I think it only really affects the Kukris. And then, yeah, so we'll probably be like cycling in and out like the Scorpion Charms for extra damage, and then just kind of whatever else like makes sense. Maybe, yeah, stuff like Erdtree's Favor or some shit just for extra Vigor, Stam, or, you know, whatever. Just, like, obviously having a little bit of extra FP wouldn't hurt anything. I'd imagine Lord of Blood's Exaltation doesn't matter with consumables. They would still, but there's, like, so few things you can do that, like, bleed things. So Kukri can bleed stuff and Swarm Pots can bleed stuff, but they're both kind of a little inconsistent to use like super frequently. That doesn't mean that it would be a bad one, because unless it's like specifically weapon attack damage, I think it just buffs your attack damage overall, which I think will still potentially apply to consumables. In which case, like the Kindred of Rot's Exaltation might actually be worth getting, now that you mention that, because we can poison things more readily than we can bleed things. Oops, fell. Yeah, I don't like getting kicked in the face. Or stabbed in the face. An Omen Cleaver off the first Omen, just on a run where I won't be using melee weapons whatsoever. I mean, I don't particularly go like crazy for the Omen Cleaver anyway, but it's not a bad sword. But I always feel like, you know, you get that like that soul's weapon luck always dropping when you don't need the weapon that drops, but when you're actively searching for it, it never wants to drop for you. Did we aggro this dude? I heard walking around. I thought I did. Maybe that was something else. Do you see yourself getting much use out of the perfumes? I will be taking the perfumes, yes, which was something that I considered trying to get to Altus a little sooner for, but I don't know that we need to go right away. I figured we could at least do Stormveil without, like, just rushing to Altus. We do have both Dectus medallion thingies now, I'm pretty sure, so I should be able to just go there. Do I have both halves? I might be thinking of the other run. Yes, I do. But it would be worth getting them for stuff like the Uplifting Aromatic and the Blood Boil Aromatic. Probably not the Iron Jar Aromatic. But, you know, even just for, like, extra stuff in our arsenal, we might even want things like the Spark one for, like, the fire damage that it can do and shit like that, so. Things like Acid Spray Mist probably not going to be super good. Poison, maybe, but
mistake. Well, tarnished. I am the I'm here by decree.
Yeah, the times that I've wanted the Channeler's Trident versus the characters it's dropped for. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
As fellow down whatever.
That should be enough. Do I want to kill my way this way or go in the other? I guess we can just go this way. It's fine. Might as well just get the secluded cell grace while we're over here, and we can get the cracked pots first. That's not good. I'm a little surprised that went through you, but... I shouldn't have done that so close. I kind of knew that was going to happen. God damn it. Stop doing that shit. Nice. Nice bleed. Where are we at here? Oh, we're getting real low on smoldering butterflies. We're gonna have to go farm some more soon. Maybe we can do it after the boss fight. We'll see what all we end up with here. I tend to oversimplify when the going gets tough. I beat Millennia with Icy Spiked Kestis and Bloodhound Step because nothing else worked for me. So I still never used any perfumes. Yeah, that's fair enough. I've beaten her with a variety of builds. I think still nothing felt quite as good as when I used, or like as easy, I should say, as when I used like the Carrion Slicer playthrough, which was like my first playthrough of the game before the game even came out. Fully. Just because Carrion Slicer by that point in the game for me was just so fucking overpowered. Now it has been since nerfed a little bit, but it's still really effective on her even post nerf. It's just not as overpowered. So have they made fist weapons fun in this game though? I only really enjoyed Dark Souls 2 when playing with fist weapons. Yeah, they're definitely, not only are they fun to use, but they're a lot more viable too. Like, they were a little weak in some regards, but they did buff them in one of their patches recently, and I don't think they ever nerfed them again. So they're pretty strong, especially in PvP. You know what? Okay, I guess I don't need to be killing this, but I'm just doing it anyway. I want to make it daytime. I'm tired of running around here through the dark. The castle just looks nicer during the day. It's cool to like come here at night too, but I like being able to like see shit a little bit better. Morning should be fine. So there should be 2 cracked pots over here. I'm gonna endeavor to just continue to not kill my jar friends here. So far, I don't think I've actually killed any jars in the whole run. So I don't know if we're just gonna, oops, if we're just gonna make it kind of a goal to not kill them for the hell of it. We are friend, not foe. Nice, free kukri. Jar friend %, yeah. Obviously, eventually, if we complete Alexander's questline, we will have to fight him, but it will be an honorable duel. All right. What do we got this way here? Again, we got lots of like little I'm forgetting the official name of these guys now suddenly. Commoners, that's it. just a bunch of commoners. To be fair, they have like different, like a few of them have like some subtitle names aside from just whatever weapon it is they're wielding, but there's a few like special types. Nice, okay. That's all of those things, and we're going to be slowly making our way towards the ulcerated tree spirit in the long run here, which will certainly be a little bit of a test. I might not want to make all fire bombs. We might want some oil for this. Either way, it's going to be a pain in the ass, probably. Especially because I'm not wearing armor, and I don't really have, like, a shield or even a big weapon to potentially block if I get caught, like, next to it while it's going to do its big AoE or some shit, so that's going to be a little bit concerning. Are you able to use shields to block? It's not technically outside of the rules to use, like, certain effects for them, I guess, but I don't know if, like, blocking would be in the rules. I'd say probably not, because I think blocking is too akin to like weaponry use. Using like a buff from a shield, like the jellyfish shield specifically, might be like okay, and if we really feel like we need the damage boost, I will do it. I've been endeavoring to just not do that because it's not a consumable, but it's not necessarily like against the rules that like I've set up. It's just not necessarily within the true spirit of the run to do something like that. But as far as blocking is concerned, I think that maybe makes the game, like, it feels like it shouldn't necessarily be allowed. It's not necessarily that it'll be too easy, but I feel like we should just kind of be shieldless here. Saying anything that did damage would be using a weapon, but fair. Well, yeah, certainly just blocking with a shield isn't really the same, but something about, like, using a shield doesn't feel quite right for me for this run in terms of, like, just blocking. Or even parrying or whatever. I feel like it's, like, a little bit too active of a use of something for combat, so this doesn't quite feel like the right call for me. Currently have 9, so we can make like 3. No, wait, sorry. We can make up to 7. We have 9 equipped. We want more than that. So we're just going to do regular fire bombs. Well, let's make like 2 of these, 3 of these. That gives us like 4 oil pot attempts. I don't want to be fucking around with oil too much. All right. Here goes nothing. I forgot to fucking equip it. I'm so stupid. Oh well. I was so worried that was going to hit me on the back part of that attack. Oh, I thought I rolled that. Okay. Guess I was a little late. was a bad time to do that. We really didn't need the oil, aside from just that it would have given us a little bit less, whoops, a little bit less to have to do, but that's fine. We'll get those used up, though, because I don't want to, like, well, I guess I'll just save them for, Godric. That should be fine. Let's make the rest of these back up again. And we're almost out of smoldering butterflies, so, but we're not completely out yet. We're not really, like, in such a weak position that the ulcerated tree spirit here is, like, a huge concern, but, obviously, like, if we get caught in a weird spot, like, for that, explosion, it could still potentially one-shot us, maybe? I don't know. The Radagon icon might be just enough, like, extra vigor and resistances to keep us alive there. How difficult was the farming for the materials? Oh, it's not difficult at all. It's more just, like, a tedious thing. Although, I don't actually mind it at all. It's more that I try to do a lot of that stuff off-stream just so that I don't force you guys to watch me just run around. Now, mind you, if we have, like, stuff to chat about and all that, I feel like it doesn't really hurt the stream to do a little bit of farming while we just kind of, like, talk about whatever. But if there's, like, a little bit of a lull in, like, specific conversation, you know, normally I would default to game commentary, but without that, it's, it can definitely be, like, a little bit of a thing, so. Alright, that's basically everything except Godric. I'm gonna hold off on resupplying everything until we're done with fighting him. Hopefully it only takes us the one try. Yeah, I find, like, farming in this game, especially with, you know, because it doesn't take any extra time to, like, pick up materials and shit, to be, like, relatively relaxing, generally speaking. It's not really a problem. Alright, I'm gonna save the red main pots still, but we will try to use the oil pots for this. Yeah, it's not as bad. Like, yeah, if you're killing, like, one enemy over and over again, obviously that can be a little bit more of a pain in the ass. Ooh, that is not great damage, even with the oil pot. I guess I expect him to be a little bit resistant to fire, but... dodged too early. It's always a little hard to tell sometimes when he does that shit from far away. I shouldn't do that. We gotta wait for his damage to come up. Maybe, no, actually we shouldn't use the Kukri either, because that should reset his stuff anyway. Poisoned? I don't know. I don't really think that we need the poison backup, but I just figured we might as well. Somehow still rolled that too early, even though it didn't really seem like I did. Bleed, you beach. Thank you.
The Lord of all.
done. Thank you, thank you.
bathed in rays of gold.
Alright, so we could also unlock his Great Rune, which we should probably do for the hell of it. Obviously, using Rune Arcs will still be useful to us on this run. I mean, this looks so easy. I mean, I'll be honest with you, the consumables only, like, especially since we're so well prepared, having done, like, all that pre-prep stuff early on, we're overpowered. And just in case it's not clear, consumables only with the right setup, right, not specifically only, but just consumables themselves can be very powerful in this game. They are not only viable to do like a consumables based run in this game with the right kind of preparation and setup and shit, as long as you don't mind the farming, but some stuff you can just be straight up super strong against. Now, I'm still expecting that some of the late game bosses will be really hard with this, or at least pretty hard, but it's certainly more than viable to do without like just beating your head against a wall. And certainly, like, I have some experience, but, you know, you can kind of see the difference between, like, an Ash of War run where you're kind of forced to sometimes trade damage because your Ashes of War are just a little bit slower than normal attacks and don't allow you to recover as quickly. Because it's not just that the attack speed of Ashes of War are generally slower, it's the issue is... Oh, actually, this could be fun. The issue is that, you know, a lot of Ashes of War just have like a lengthy recovery period, which is not super great. Man, I really definitely thought I would roll that, but I was a little bit late. Get him. Shit. Ooh, he's laying smack down over there. I think I'm still too close for him to pay attention to the others, or maybe not. Maybe he'll forget about me. Sick. I want these guys to die while I'm still here, though, so I'm not gonna, like, run away. I just want to get this loot. I've been waiting for the opportunity to make, like, good use of crystal darts, like, literally since this game came out. And I knew eventually I would if I ever did a consumables only run. But I've just because at no other point in any other run do I ever like go out of my way enough to make cracked or crystal darts, and then I'm always like not in a good opportunity or position to really use them offensively in this sort of situation. Look at him go. The double stagger. Wowee. We'll call it a draw. Your enemy is above you, sir, or at eye level. You don't need to be attacking his feet. I've only got 5 left, though, so yeah, it's not gonna let me craft more. Hopefully one of them dies with this sort of shit, or else we're gonna need to finish them off the old-fashioned way, which looks like that's what's probably gonna happen. they can still friendly fire each other, but they, oops, I got like I was too busy scratching my butt there. Yes, friendly fire him. Even if you're technically attacking me now. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Okay. I should have definitely seen that one coming, but that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I feel like now fan daggers are probably able to do like a little bit of decent damage on some stuff. I still need a lot of stats to make them good, but against anything that's not overly resistant to piercing or whatever damage type it specifically is, might just be standard, but I would assume pierce or thrust or whatever you want to call it should be appropriate. I'd love a fire vortex attack like this, like his. That'd be so cool. Yeah, so obviously you can get the storm collar Ash of War, but it's not got like fire mixed into it. So you can only kind of really do like the wind-based stuff. You can get a lot of other Godric type abilities through various weapons and Ashes of War, because like you got Storm Collar and then you got like Storm Blade, which is sort of like another part that he does off of that attack, but also, you know, you can see the regular version of Stormblade off of like a number of exile soldiers that will use it. At least the ones that wield swords will do it. And then Storm Assault is another one, but you kind of have to use like pole arms for that. Okay, grab this. And we got some runes to use up as well, so we'll start with like some levels off of that, but then we'll probably buy some shit as well, and then go do some farming. Before we go to our next one. And honestly, we might, because we've done like so much preparatory stuff, actually, maybe we'll go to the Dectus Lift and go to Altus quickly just to get a little bit more stuff, and then we'll do the Academy. Because I do want to do the Academy soon, but we shouldn't necessarily rush into it yet. Okay, let's see. Stats, level up. 3 points of strength. We can definitely squeeze out one more level and to get that to 20, and then maybe we'll level up faith to 20 as well. Start working on that. Okay. Good stuff. So technically with our current talisman setup, that gives us like 25, 25, yes. Which is pretty decent. Alright, what else? Get rid of that for now. We have 131. I would like to buy some fan daggers from you. We're still pretty good on some other shit, but we are going to want to definitely get more cracked crystal.
Hello again.
Alright, just another 27 is probably good enough for right now. Then I would also like to use a little bit more. We'll buy some throwing daggers. I think Kukri we can wait a little bit on. Then we'll just go farm up a little bit, and hopefully not take too long doing it. But we definitely need a lot of mushrooms and Flame butterflies, specifically the butterflies right now, we are basically out of, but we're just about out of mushrooms too.
Goodbye.
Let's go ahead and add more to our storage since we're going to go farming in just a bit anyway. Okay. To the War Master's shack first, I think. So yeah. I'm curious, like, what, for anyone in chat, what, are there any particular, like, hopes that you're wanting to see, specific choices that you're wanting to see made in the DLC as far as, like, what they might present to you? Be it, potential NPC stuff, lore stuff, weapons or magic that you want to see that might have been, like, an idea you had, or just something that was hinted at in the base game that didn't really, you know, become a thing. Because, like, the DLC is going to be, like, really massive, so I'm assuming there's going to be room for a lot of shit. Armored Core 6 crossover? Well, that would certainly be something. We can occasionally get some thin beast bones while we're doing this too, but the boars can also give us, or have at least some chance to drop old fangs, I guess. And it's not like the hefty beast bones and lumps of flesh are not worth having. But we'll want to make more like poison darts and shit anyway, so the bones will be useful. I'd love to see more sleep areas and spells. When you say sleep areas, what do you mean specifically? Or just like stuff related to sleep stuff? Sleep swamp. Oh, interesting. So like your typical, like, Miyazaki poison swamp, but it puts you to sleep if you wander in it too long? I want them to replace the entire game with Sekiro 2 instead. Well, that's probably not going to happen, but, you know, maybe one day we'll get a Sekiro 2. You never know. They're still making stuff. They're probably focused on new shit right now, but that doesn't mean that there's no possibility of getting a sequel to something like Sekiro or even Bloodborne. It is possible. As much as it's seemed like impossible and super unlikely, you know, Sony has made absolute fucking mad money out of Bloodborne. Like, they would be, not just Sony, but like even FromSoft, like, if they ever made a Bloodborne 2, it would literally just print money for them. So much like Elden Ring did, it would be very foolish for them to not make something, even if it's more of like a spiritual successor sort of situation. Now, if they specifically don't want to make it, it's more likely that instead of Bloodborne 2, we'll get a Bloodborne remake at some point by some other company, like Bluepoint or whatever. Which I'd be a little less hyped for, but, you know, it could still be nice to have. Maybe a fog being... Oh, a fog that being in that puts you to sleep. Yeah, so I will talk about this because it's technically not, like, specifically verboten for me too, since data miners have already put it all over the internet anyways. But before the game came out, there was a whole other sleep mechanic in the game. Like, before they even had implemented sleep properly, there were ways that you could, like, either come across enemies that were sleeping, or eventually, obviously, the intent was for you to be able to put enemies to sleep. But there was a whole ass NPC that they cut who had a quest line related to sleep and dreams. And that I've experienced that NPC because it was still in a version of the game, like one of the earliest builds that I played before they actually cut it. Yeah, I mean, who knows? They might bring it back for the DLC. And if they don't, there's a fair chance they might just decide to reuse something like that in another game. But yeah, the whole thing was like, the character used to actually be in the Stormhill Shack where Roderica starts now. And you could get them to give you a particular special flask that you would use to collect dream mist from creatures that you would find sleeping or that you would put to sleep yourself. And, you know, every once in a while, like anytime you had like enough of the mist, you could bring it back to that NPC to craft like a special brew out of it. Dream brew. Now, they hadn't fully implemented what that brew was actually supposed to actually do for you, so that I can't really tell you. Whether or not it would be some sort of thing where you'd be able to enter a dream state. I think there was some stuff hinted at with that because of what data miners had found. Like that dang rune bear. Yes, in fact, actually, that rune bear was one of the ones you could directly just take shit from because it was already sleeping. You could collect dream mist from it. The one that's like asleep in the little pond in Limgrave near the other patrolling rune bear. And the one that's like clawing up the tree. And actually, it was really funny because like if you can picture the Stormhill Shack right now, there was, to introduce the mechanic, they put an enemy just behind the shack that was asleep so you could go collect dream mist from it. But the enemy they chose to use, which was probably placeholder, but the one they chose to use as a sleeping enemy was a land octopus. So there was just a sleeping land octopus like chilling behind the Stormhill Shack that you could just go collect dream mist from. But I think some of the intent was supposed to be that you could probably use, you know, collect the dreams from minor enemies, but eventually even potentially major ones with the sleep mechanic. And then potentially use like their specific dream mist to maybe like enter into like specific dreams or memories or something like that. Maybe not unlike how, you know, Sekiro had like the whole memories thing, although in that case it was just to upgrade your attack power, but maybe in this case it would allow you to like revisit a boss fight or, you know, something like that. Now that's just speculation. I don't know that they were going for anything quite like that. That's just something that they might have been trying to do with it. Triple jump torrent. But yeah, I remember like immediately seeing him gone and in a later build and then just wondering where they moved him, only to find out that he was just cut from the game, and I was just like, oh, okay. He wasn't like fully implemented, so I don't know entirely what could have been. And I wouldn't even bother saying anything about it right now because, you know, usually it's good when you're working on this kind of stuff to not discuss things that FromSoft was working on and doing, but the only reason I am now is because it's already out there on the internet, like all over the place. If you just go look, it's relatively well documented, at least from what stuff that is out there. Like data miners have found it already. There's a number of other things that that I know about things that I can't technically discuss, just because they were, you know, internal use only type documentation and stuff that reveal certain conceptual ideas that they had going into making the game. And you could consider some of that stuff to be potential canon lore, but because it's not directly in the game, you can't really say that it is. Because a lot of that stuff, you know how these games are. Miyazaki always likes leaving things open to speculation and interpretation. So while I know certain things that could have been the intended way for certain storylines to be, you know, looked into, or certain lore tidbits, because they're not presented as fact in the game, I can't really repeat them. At least not in a way that wouldn't be like kind of violating a little bit of that, you know, professional integrity, because I don't want to, you know, say shit that is supposed to be like internal information. At this point, I don't even know how much they would care, because it's not like it would be like a leak for anything that's like intended or planned. It's probably mostly stuff that they don't plan to do anything with anyway. It was more a lot of like conceptual stuff, and early ideas as to like what who certain NPCs were to each other and what their overall role in the story really was, or you know, what may have happened to them in the past or in the present / future, etc. You know, even I even know like a whole other fucking ass name for the lands between that y'all don't know and I can't repeat. That was like what was originally called. And I'm not saying that to like brag about it or anything. It's more just that it's fun to discuss, but it's also mildly frustrating that I can't talk about it in full. In full detail. All right, sorry, let me catch up on what y'all been saying here. Wonder if that's why the gods can do us susceptible to begin with. I think, you know, if you kind of look at like how everything in the game is susceptible to sleep in one sort of way or another, or well, with the exception of a few things that are fully immune, it's clear that they had intended for you to be able to use it in a different way. But then because that whole quest line and NPC and stuff like that didn't make it into the game, they kind of changed sleep so that it would be just sort of a status ailment alone, and also made it so that it would, you know, not be like any sort of thing you could use on specific things like Tarnished, because obviously you wouldn't want to introduce like I think honestly like it's very likely that had things gone that way, that you know how like when you use sleep on a tarnished enemy at this point or another player, it only lasts, it just kind of like staggers them, it doesn't actually put them to sleep for real. I think that you would have seen that be a different story, at least on NPC, like invaders and or just NPCs in the world. So that you could take advantage of that whole sleep mechanic. Otherwise, if you couldn't, it would have instead just been that you would have occasionally found certain NPCs while they were sleeping. And could therefore harvest their dreams while they were asleep. Or their dream mist or whatever. What are we up to now with butterflies here? 80, well, 75. Let's get a few more runs and then we'll go just do a little bit of mushroom farming. More black flame spells and Ashes of War would be nice too, and like I said earlier, having a fire vortex projectile like Godric has in his second phase would be cool. Yeah, I agree. That would be kind of a neat one, you know, especially if you're doing something like a different style of like black flame tornado type thing, but it ends in you know, so it starts as like a minor AoE and then ends with you like being able to throw it as a projectile if you tap the button again, or something like that. That'd be kind of sick. The boss gauntlet in Sekiro is so cool, and I want to see something like that in every game now. Not that I could ever beat it. The boss gauntlet was a lot of fun. I only did it once, like the whole way through, I mean. I actually beat the last one on my first try, which I was a little surprised at. I think the other ones took me like a couple of tries each. Neither of them were especially hard, but I was already very end game, pretty well upgraded And I wasn't like particularly out of practice when it came out, so it was relatively easy for me to just kind of like jump right in and do it at the time. But yeah, I never really went back to do it like any other times after the first time I beat it. It was fun to do though. I liked unlocking the other skins and shit. But I do kind of agree. I feel like FromSoft should do boss rush stuff more often with their games, like the ability to revisit boss fights you've already done with a dream/memory or something, and maybe you can, once you've collected enough, you can turn that into a boss rush or something. Or you can at least kind of do your own sort of boss rush where, like, in between each one you just load up another one and do that. So you can kind of just make your own boss rush out of it, I guess. Although it obviously would be not as rewarding just doing them like that, you know, since boss rushes normally themselves have their own built-in reward or whatever once you get to the end. I didn't even get that far into Sekiro. I entered some dream/past memory thing. I don't know, and a spear enemy kept wrecking me. I think I know which one you're probably talking about. If it's one of the, like, the early spear hunters, they're not really that hard necessarily, but they do fuck up a lot of newer players because they're a lot of the spear based enemies in the game, aside from like the basic like footmen, are challenging for players who are new to the game because their movesets are a little harder to read and for parrying and stuff like that. Especially because the head of their weapon is usually much further away from their actual body, and when they start swinging it, it's hard to know when you should parry. Sekiro is tough as nails, but once it clicks, it's so good. Yep, 100%. One day I'll go back and try it again, but that spear enemy... Yeah, the thing is, there's definitely even worse spear enemies in the game besides the one that I'm thinking that you're talking about, so... You know, it'll definitely test you a bit. But, you know, like Karate was saying, like, once the game clicks for you, like, it's just really... It's usually pretty easy to kind of just, like, overcome most of those kind of challenges within, like, a handful of tries. Alright, that's enough butterflies for right now. Let's head back, and I guess we'll go to Folly on the Lake to do some mushroom hunting. There's a few other, like, pickups in that area we can grab some extra of while we're there, too, but we'll otherwise be focusing on the shrooms. Okay. Folly on the Lake over here. Everyone was dying from a disease because I died too much and I panicked. Oh, yeah. So the dragon rot thing is probably one of the worst parts of Sekiro. They wanted to have a system where, you know, you can be, like... You can feel the impact or even potentially a punishment of sorts for enemies dying or for you dying repeatedly with the NPCs. But unfortunately, it's just not well implemented. Like, you can see the bone structure of maybe, like, a different system they wanted to use that could have been good, but unfortunately the ultimate, like, the version that we got was kind of like meh. It's more of just like a hindrance, and or a lot of the time just something most players are just going to ignore pretty frequently, so it's not really a great system. And for the times that you can't ignore it because it's like fucking with an NPC that you are trying to, like, do a quest with or talk to or whatever, and they can't because they've got the dragon lung, you know, it's really fucking annoying because getting rid of it is, like, harder than it should be, or more annoying than it should be unless you just happen to have the specific item you need just automatically. No shame in looking up how to beat enemies. I mean, there definitely isn't. Like, when it comes to it for me, unless I'm really, really hard stuck on something, I usually refrain from looking things up. I mean, you know how it is for me. Just because I like being able to figure things out on my own. Now, there's times when I don't really care about just being given the information or looking up the information if it's a thing I just want to know and don't really care about that much about figuring out on my own. Or, you know, overcoming a challenge on my own in that for that reason either. But yeah, there's like occasions where something like that can come up, and there's certainly no shame in just like looking it up. It's not even really like an ego thing is the reason why I do it. It's just a preference. I feel like I definitely get that sense of triumph a lot more when I even if I have to beat my head against a wall a little bit to overcome like a particularly tough boss, like I usually feel better about it if I've just kind of like sussed that out on my own and just kind of like, you know, got good, so to speak. You know, unless it's just a really, really ass frustratingly designed boss, in which case, like, even if I do figure it all out on my own or whatever, sometimes like I just might not, you know, feel triumphant by the time that I'm finished with it. I'm just happy that it's over. It depends on how it's designed, though. I can see Harvesting Dreams making for some interesting NPC storylines. Maybe taking a dream from a character causes them to be to lose an important memory or lose their way and become hopeless. Yeah, I could see that being the case for sure. But obviously for what they were trying to do with Elden Ring, that might have also been like a considerably like big admiration, and hence why they ended up not using it. Hollow Knight level dream refights, hell yeah. Like the entire Pantheon in Hollow Knight and like the multiple boss rushes you get are like ideal for players who like that type of shit, so, and I'm definitely one of them. I mean, I fucking binged the Pantheon stuff for quite a while. And I've done every boss in Hollow Knight in the Pantheon statues and stuff as like full radiant difficulty, so that, you know, you basically have to do it 100% hitless on its hardest, in its hardest form. Because if you take one hit, you just die instantly. The only thing I haven't done, just because I got sidetracked with something else, is all bindings on, or like unlocked all the bindings on Pantheon 5. I've done Pantheon 5, but I haven't done the bindings on it yet. I've done the bindings on all the other ones and everything. But that was kind of the last challenge, was doing Pantheon 5 with bindings, and it is, it's not something that I found to be like it would be too daunting to do, but it's so time consuming doing that last Pantheon, because it's like a lot of bosses back to back to back to back, that I was kind of just like, you know, I will do this when I'm like definitely prepared for it. And then I kind of got sidetracked with other shit and didn't go back, so I don't know if I'll ever get around to it or not. I would love to actually do it, but I'd have to be like super well practiced in Hollow Knight again to get there. That's probably enough Poison Bloom. Let's just focus on the mushrooms now. Didn't really even need Poison Bloom all that bad anyway. I just wanted to collect some more while we were at it here. The main reason we're here is mushies. I still haven't beaten Pantheon 5 and probably won't, but I got good at Nightmare King Graham and beat the Radiant, so I'm satisfied. Yeah, honestly, there's so much in that game that like I don't blame anyone for like not finishing portions of it, because it's just so big. Elden Ring is kind of the same way in that regard. Just less of a Metroidvania type thing. Alright, I just said focus on the mushrooms. I don't know why I'm going over here to collect these. I don't need them. I mean, I do use glintstone fireflies in some crafting too, but I don't really go through them much right now, so. Like 42 of them or something. It's just grueling. Yeah, well, I've completed Pantheon 5 like the one time, and by the time I did it, like I had practiced like so much, like I was like, okay, I'm gonna start this up on stream and we'll go ahead and do Pantheon 5, and it took me a while to get through it, just because of like all of the, I can't get rid of the muscle memory to stop running over here. I did it on stream, and it took me one try to do the whole thing, or maybe it was 2 tries. I forget. I might have like stopped like a little ways in and then started over. I can't recall for sure, but it took me a while just because of the sheer number of bosses that are in it. But then I also expected to be like stuck on it for like a lot longer, so then I wasn't really sure what the fuck to do after I was done with it for the rest of my stream. Yeah, Pure Vessel takes a while to really master as a fight. What was funny to me is that like I got really good at fighting Pure Vessel eventually, but he was still a little nerve-wracking by the time I got to him in Pantheon 5. I was relatively confident actually when I got to him by that point. The parts where I got nervous were like some of the fights before and after, like specifically Absolute Radiance, of course, I was nervous about. Like having to restart the whole thing for, but although again, you know, you don't have to do that fight hitless in Pantheon 5. You know, me doing Absolute Radiance hitless with on the Radiant difficulty on just her individual statue was much worse because again, it's the hardest version of her and you have to do it without taking a single hit. That shit took me a while. In fact, I think that one, yeah, for that one I specifically did not complete on stream. I did record myself doing it, although I fucked up because I didn't have the sound channel turned on properly, so the video has no sound. But yeah, like I remember I showed it off on stream like the following day, so I was just like, hey, so I decided to just kind of practice this and I accidentally just sort of beat it, so it took me like a few hours to do though, like of attempts, just over and over again, because that is a really fucking tough fight to do without taking a single hit, at least for someone like me. Alto, how's it going? Welcome in. Alright, is that enough mushrooms for now? Where are we at here? Maybe a bit more. We only have 66. You don't necessarily need to go crazy with it. I know people are probably a little bit tired of looking at farming right now. How long have I been streaming? For like 3.5 hours. Okay. I'm just going to try to endeavor to like just get some bulk farming done right now so that we can not really have to do any before the end of the stream, and then I can just farm off stream. Admirable but crazy to me. Yeah, I totally get that. Like I said, just at one point, just kind of on a whim, I think it was when I was done with all the Pantheons, or maybe, I can't remember if I had done Pantheon 5 yet or not, but I was just like, I just kind of want to beat all of the bosses hitless, Radiant, or well, on all 3 difficulties, because you have to do them in order, so I was just like, I'll do the normal difficulty, and then the, I don't remember the names for them, I only remember Radiant as the highest one, but there's 3 difficulties, so the first one is like the normal version of the Pantheon fight, which is also like kind of the normal version of the fight itself. And then the higher tiered one is the more hard version of the fight, but it's not like Radiant, so you don't have to only take one, or well, you don't have to do it hitless. And then on Radiant being the hardest one is, so you're still on the hardest version of the fight, but now also you can't survive any damage, so you have to do it completely hitless, making it even harder. I could feel the absence of the third in the Mantis Lords and was so happy that it came to be. Yeah. I actually really fucking love the Mantis Lords and Sisters of Battle fights. Those ones have a really nice rhythm to them. The bosses that I hated the most for completing any of those challenges were... Well, one in absolute particular, like, I didn't really like Zote very much just because he feels very random. Especially in his, like, harder varieties. But the boss that I absolutely fucking despised was Markoth. That motherfucker just floating in the air with tiny little platforms that you're supposed to, jump around onto, because there's no floor in the hardest version. So like on Radiant included, of course, there's no ground for you to land on. There's only platforms. So if you fall into the clouds, you just die. But he's just floating around. He's got his stupid fucking shield and then his swords that he just kind of telekinetically shoots at you and shit. All whilst this little shield is just kind of revolving around him and stuff. No Eyes can be tricky, but No Eyes has like a somewhat discernible pattern. There is RNG to like some dumb shit that can occur in the No Eyes fight, but like I didn't really struggle as much with No Eyes in an individual setting, like including on Radiant. It was more just Markoth that took me a while, and I fucking hated having Markoth like in the Pantheon. I just wanted him to be like non-existent, but he was of course a part of it, so I had to fucking do that. Marmu's Blast though? Yeah. I still have a lot of my like subscription and whatnot alerts are they're all Hollow Knight sounds. So I have like the one I think it's the Marmu noise is one of the ones that's in there. And I think I might even have like a Markoth noise in there. I forget what it is, but I've got some from Nailmaster Sly and obviously the Dung Warrior, Dung Defender. That's like my raid noise. Is him doing the like 500. We always say like 500, like hundo, 100, but just for fun. Okay, that's good enough. We actually got exactly the same amount. We're gonna quickly go to the Crystal Tunnel and get some more cracked crystal, and then that should be it for the farming. At least for now, but like I said, I will try to do a bunch more off stream so that, you know, we have like a similar day to day for the next time where I can just kind of like start up and immediately just do a bunch of shit before without having to need to farm in between quite so frequently. And like I said, it just kind of gives you the freedom to actually kill things when you have resources to spend. My only thing is, like, I always feel a little bit weird about doing shit off stream. Unless you can do one of these, unless you can do one of these, like, challenges, like, in one go. Like, you're not necessarily doing all bosses, or even if you are, but you just get it done in, like, one stream. Because you're just a, like, a high-tier fucking Elden Ring god or whatever, and can just do it all in one sitting somehow. In like 8 hours or 10 hours or whatever, however long it takes you to do. That's a little bit too much stream for me these days, but especially for like one solid block of gaming. Whenever I get around to my stream anniversary, I might do like a long stream again, or at least a longer than average stream, but I'm not the type to do shit like 24-hour streams and shit, you know. The most I think I've ever gone for a stream is like 10 hours. Maybe, it might have been, it's somewhere between like 10 and 12. And that wasn't even on an anniversary, I don't think. I think my longest anniversary stream was like 8.5 hours or something. I just ended up doing a long stream once for some reason. It might have been one of our co-op streams with Marcus, actually. And that actually might have been more than 10 hours, or 10/12 hours, now that I think about it. Because there was one, I think we might have actually gone for like fucking 16. I completely forgot about that, but we did take like regular breaks though, so. But I think we only really did that like the one time. But it's just because we like got up in the morning, went and got on the seamless co-op of Elden Ring, and pretty much streamed like all fucking day, so. I heard the Dung Defender go off earlier. Yeah, exactly. I should probably get some more new like sound alerts and stuff, especially for stuff for like people to be able to like redeem if they want to spend channel points and shit. Because I'm always looking for like, I shouldn't say always, I should look for more things for people to do with their channel points, because I'm thinking about getting rid of like some of the voice redeem stuff. Like, not that it'll all be gone or anything like that, but it's just not something that like I do very regularly anyways. I sometimes just break into voice shit naturally anyway, so rather than having it be like a redeem thing, we'll probably just keep like one or two of those around, but anything else, like, I'll just swap out for something else. But I don't really mind people like using channel points for like certain sound alerts as long as they're not like super annoying to hear a lot of. Or some other like little video clip thing or some shit. I know most people will like relegate that stuff to bits, which I don't mind. Like I can implement like a couple of those things, but I don't usually like putting stuff like that behind a payment necessarily. Like channel points you just get for free, so. Okay, sorry, let me catch up on this. I was streaming back when I played through Hollow Knight, so I have a recording of me smiling like an idiot during my first attempt and win against Sisters of Battle. I could feel the absence of the third one. Oh, right, I had read that one. I just missed your first one. Is the second stage double damage as well? I seem to remember Nightmare King Grim on the second difficulty doing 4 pips each hit. Yeah, so the second version, or whatever the second difficulty is called, I forget the names of the first and second ones. But yeah, so the first one is basically normal, but like the sort of Pantheon themed version. But it's still the normal fight, effectively. And then the second difficulty up, you take twice as much damage. So any attack that does 1 mask versus damage is now worth of damage is now 2, and anything that would do 2 is now 4. So yeah, that does make things like considerably harder to get through that difficulty, especially on some of the harder bosses that do like 2 minimum. And then yeah, the Radiant one being the final is just anything will kill you in 1 hit. All right, now where does this put us at with Cracked Crystal now? Let me take a look. We're over here. We have a fair bit. Make some of those. That puts a fair bit back into storage. Now let me just grab like another like batch to have like on hand, and then we can finally get back to it. Get the F out of here. At least this farm is particularly short, and it yields a decent amount. I wish that the butterfly farm was a little shorter. Like I wouldn't even mind if the butterflies were like slightly lesser in number. Just have them like right next to the bonfire like this, where it only takes like a couple seconds to grab them. Because running to the other end, like even on horseback and then running back, like always takes like a bit. Which always kind of like gives me the urge to want to try to collect other things as I'm going through, which probably like adds a little bit more time to it. So it just feels like kind of a slower farm. It's at least nice that, you know, the amount of butterflies you get from it are a pretty good amount. But there's some other like flame slugs in the game that have like the same sort of pile of butterflies around them though, so I might have to like see if I can find another one that's just like closer to a bonfire and easier to use. But I don't know if I can think of one that's like right by a bonfire, at least for like a bunch of flame slugs like that. For other ones that are near a bonfire, just like chilling over like a little brazier or something, or you know, whatever, that I'm sure we could probably find, but it's probably going to be like one thing of butterflies, which won't necessarily be quite as good to rest and grab over and over again. Let me do like 2 more runs and then we're done with this. And that should be, I think, everything we need. We already bought like some fan daggers and throwing knives, or throwing daggers. We don't really need more kukri right at this moment. So we should be in like pretty good shape. But yeah. Now as for like the original thought process that I had kicked off when we started farming, I am definitely looking forward to the DLC. I still have no fucking clue, of course, what it is they're going to ultimately do. I think we want to just go to Altus now, right? Or was there something else? I could be forgetting something. check the cracked crystal thing. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to the DLC whenever it comes out. I do think that it's unlikely to be a February release date. I mean, we could be surprised, I suppose, but my suspicion is that it'll probably get like a possible announcement in February, but I wouldn't like buy into the leaks suggesting that that's going to be when it's released. I think that's too soon. I think more than likely we'll see it in kind of like the, I would guess March, April, May timeframe, maybe later, but hopefully not like a lot later than that. Just based on everything there seems to be info-wise about it out there and like how massive it's said to be, I feel like 2024 was almost a fucking certainty, which obviously it is now. And I just feel like early 2024 doesn't even seem adequate. I feel like they would probably need more time. All right, so let's see. We got all of those except for the one that's in Raya Lucaria. So other than the one in Landau, we have all of the ones we can get pre-Altus as far as cracked jars are concerned, crackpot. Let's take a look at ritual pots real quick, too. Ritual pot. Laskyar ruins on a corpse in the northern section. I don't know if I got that one. I should probably double check. There's one in Raya Lucaria, 2 in Jarburg. I know we got those. 2 in the Uritza side tomb. We'll end up having to get those. Forsaken Depths, Giant's Mountaintop. So pretty much all late game stuff. The Isolated Merchant sells one. I should get that. And one from Padilla as well. But that we have to beat Carrier Manor to get to him. Okay. You said that you've got the halves to get to Altus, but decided not to yet. Are you going to wait for something specific to go there as a challenge yourself? Or are you just kind of putting it off for now? No, I wanted to just like farm first. It's not so much that I don't want to go there now. I just wanted to get like some farming out of the way before we did. But there's probably other stuff that we should do before we go. But I do want to go to Altus soon. The question is just, do we do it first, or should I get some like ritual pots beforehand? If we manage to kill Loretto, we can make our way to Padilla and buy one from him. And then also, here, let's actually at least get this one. The Isolated Merchant sells one for 3,000 apparently. Yeah, talismans is something that we should be paying attention to. I know that the Fire Scorpion talisman is probably the one I'm like the most interested in right now. Obviously the lightning one we're going to want too. The Magic Scorpion charm we could get. It does involve us having to do part of Selvis's quest line, but it probably wouldn't hurt to just have, you know. So I might try to make that happen. Oh yeah, the Kindred of Rots exaltation. True, true, true.
Well, there's been how can I help?
Honestly, I should have checked in with this guy sooner just to see what he had, because I didn't remember that he had this anyway. And I guess that's pretty much it.
Have a sec.
I don't know that there's any other merchants for us to like visit with that we would have missed up before this point. I tell you what, let's just go see if we can kill Loretta. We should have the means to do it in our current state, I suspect. Let me hold off on making that. Oh, we can make freezing pots now. Right. That could be really useful. These only take rhymed crystal buds, but the problem is that we can't get a regular supply of these until later in the game, so we need to kind of save those up a bit. But those will certainly be nice to use. I don't know why I'm trying to get on my horse. All right, Loretta. Let's see what we can do here. And then, yeah, after this, and we get a little chat with Padilla, then we can go to Altus, I think. I don't know. There's potentially, like I said, some sort of talisman we should get, but we don't necessarily need to wait to, like, hold off Altus before we go get anything, because, like, we've got the Source Seal, that's certainly good already. I'm gonna hold off on buffing with Exalted Flesh. Ooh, I headshot you. Prefer to actually have you on land so you don't take less damage here. Like, not in the water anyway. Oh, I got stuck on a fucking chair. God damn it. I should have rolled, admittedly, instead of trying to just run, but... What? What happened to my roll? Fucking... oh. You still managed to get hit by that somehow, despite the tree being in the way. I rolled that too early. I'm glad I didn't get punished for that. Stop spamming that shit. Roll, please. Get off the wall. What are you doing up there? You don't belong up there. All right. Thank you, thank you. Loretta, certainly not an Albinauric. How could you be so foolish as to think that? No, sir. Yeah. She takes less damage in the water. Well, from fire, specifically. Lightning would do more damage when you're standing in the water. There's certain, like, environmental effects that affect elemental damage, but it's not, like, super well pronounced. Or potentially even known about, I guess, but... Okay, let's, since we're here, let's go ahead and talk to Ranny and crew. I'm gonna just ignore Adula for now. I don't really want to just, like, fight a dragon for no reward, really. It's kind of a waste of our resources. Apparently we got your attention anyway, but I'm still just going to ignore you. She wants a goat horse too, yeah. I mean, who wouldn't want a horse that can double jump and, you know, sort of Skyrim its way up certain surfaces and use spirit springs and shit like that to just jump, like, ridiculously far up into the air? Or land safely from a much higher height?
Oh, I believe it pleases. But Tarnish, I have no intriguing. Wilt thou end? I am the that I might want well.
Yes, I know, I probably could have talked to Rajir and stuff, but
Good.
we'll just do this.
I have called. Heed not. I am sure. Speak, thou needst not indulge.
Alright, come on down here. Let's chat with the boys. Probably gonna go for like one more hour yet today. Because once again, I've got like some stuff I gotta take care of this evening, so it probably won't be like a extra long stream, but like, you know, a normal stream length of 5-ish hours.
Together.
Also, I'm just like a little bit extra tired today for whatever reason.
Blythe, glad to have you in. Well, I'm still in Lim. The Eternal City. I'm planning to go.
So ever asking you something you must have talked about at length before, but what's your take on Ranni and her ambitions?
See if I can.
I haven't really probably talked that much about it on stream, honestly. I did work on, like, so I made like the endings guide for the first book, the Elden Ring guide, the strategy guide. So I had to like kind of closely follow a number of things for that, as well as just kind of like some of the, you know, I also worked on a lot of the NPC stuff in general, but not all of them because I did it with a couple other people. I would say, you know, even though I'm not really like a huge lore focused player, or even like having worked on these, because we had like another guy who did some more lore focused stuff, so I wasn't like super like tuned into a lot of like Ranni's like backstory and stuff like that. Not that I don't know the general details about it, but like
And it will be this doll's still.
you know, I like Ranni's ending a lot more than kind of like the standard one, although I put it kind of on par with like the Frenzied Lord ending, just because they're both like really cool. The standard Elden Lord ending, or even like the alternate ending versions of the Elden Lord ending, they're all good, but they're not like as like interesting, I feel, overall. So where Ranni is like coming from with her ambitions and stuff, like she's definitely trying to kind of usurp or circumvent like a lot of the shit that's going on with like the Greater Will and the current like status quo, which I think I would say is probably more in line with a good ending of sorts, and therefore what her ambitions are. However, she is kind of willing to do some, you know, pretty probably not like that she wants to, but some pretty dirty stuff to get there. We don't really hear a whole lot directly about like Godwyn, for example, but like the fact that, you know, she kind of orchestrated like the Night of the Black Knives and stuff, and, you know, that resulting in his being like the first demigod death and all that, you know. And I don't know that he was necessarily like a great dude, but again, because we don't really get a lot of insight into exactly who Godwyn was like as a person and all that, like it's hard to say if his death felt like it was especially warranted, or if it was more just kind of a means to an end, you know, and therefore like her killing one of her relatives was, you know, kind of a particularly a dick move. because I don't know if he specifically had it coming, but it was kind of just to facilitate certain things, you know, in a grander scheme. And knowing, you know, that the greater will itself is maybe not the best thing ever. And I suspect they'll probably explore some of that a little bit more in the DLC, honestly. Maybe even some of the Frenzied Lord stuff too. I feel like what she's trying to do is probably like at least a decent ambition overall. But yeah, some of the means of which she's trying to get there might be a little bit brutal, to be fair. As far as like, you know, it's clear that she does care about like her family slash found family. Like she definitely cares about EG and Blythe. She doesn't really care about Celovus, but he's just kind of like a compatriot sort of, and Celovus is not himself. The, again, extremely strong implication here is that Celovus is just another puppet. And that's pretty much all but confirmed by a number of things, but it's pretty clear that Padilla is like the real puppet master here, and Celovus is just yet another mask that he's wearing. In which case, it makes you wonder who Celovus really was, and whether or not he was, like, as a preceptor, if he was, like, as much of a dick as he appears to be, or if he was, like, kind of okay once upon a time. Because there's only, like, one other preceptor we really, like, tango with at all in the game, and that's Miriam, and we, you know, she's just instantly hostile whenever we go to the Carrion study hall, so that little teleporting annoying ass Miriam.
Well, did you not realize? Perhaps I'd like you to find even you. Good. Now I shall have. Fine. I expect. I'm the only thing.
So we're just gonna give this potion to Gideon so we can still continue his quest. Do I have any? I have one Starlight Shard. I'm probably gonna need to buy another one. Or not buy, but find another one quickly. Where can I get another Starlight Shard really fast? I gotta think, because that's not something I really like pay a lot of attention to, or like commit to memory as to like where they are. The weird like little astrolabe looking like half statue things where you can find them. I forget their exact locations. I know they tend to be like up on like hills or near cliffs and shit, but as far as like their specific locations, I think there's one in Weeping near the tower. You mean this tower? You are probably right, because I know there's at least one in Weeping. The question is which one. Let me see, because I have one, so that might be the one that I picked up already, but I feel like I might have just picked one up while I was farming off stream, and I kind of forgot about it. So I was sort of on autopilot a little bit. Let's just see if there's one up there, because I think we're going to need at least two. I'm trying to remember to... He gives you access to a couple of puppets right away. Is Jarwhite one of them? Like, once you find his little sex doll dungeon. It is? Okay, and how much does it cost? Just in case I decide to say fuck it and use... Okay, yeah, apparently this is the one that I picked up already. Although I don't know how it is I ended up here getting it. That's kind of weird. Does anyone know another one they can quickly point me to? I'm sure I can, like, find one if I wander a little bit. I just gotta, like, try to remember, like, where the fuck they are. There might be one along one of these hills. I forget specifically, but I feel like there was one kind of in Limgrave. If you help him, I think you get one for free. Yeah, how much does Jarwhite cost, though? For just in general. You might be right in that I can just pick one. It might not actually cost on the first one. I guess I'll just go find out. It's not like we can't. I think there's another by the camp south of Wayside Ruins. Which one is Wayside Ruins? You mean the Waypoint Ruins, or is that... This one? That would make sense. There might be one there. Salon's home base. Okay, yeah. Let's just quickly look there in case I need another one for some reason. It's not like having them would be a bad thing to have in this run, since we do use FP here and there, and a slow charging FP, even outside of combat, could be very useful to us, just if it means that we don't have to use a flask, although obviously Starlight Shards are limited, so... But yeah, I feel like you're right in that there was one up here somewhere. South, but so like, is it up on this one? There's some of these things, like, as soon as I am in, like, the general vicinity, I'll, like, know exactly where to find them, but, like, I can't, like, think of where any of them are off the top of my head. This might be over there. On the cliff now. Okay, that's what I thought originally, but then I thought maybe it wasn't going to be that far south, so... Again, as soon as I, like, step over in that direction, it'll make sense to me. I can like envision a number of cliffs where they are. I just don't know the exact locations. Because yeah, like, you know, keeping all that stuff in mind once upon a time was necessary, but after a certain point, my brain was like, I need the space, and you're not currently working on the guide right now, so let's just go ahead and free up that brain space for something else. There we go. Okay. Waiting for the combat to be... There we go. Okay, so yeah, let's go talk to him. We'll find the little dungeon first and then see if we can get that. I don't really plan on using it, but just in case, like, we want to have it or if we want to use it for fun at some point. Since all he does is throw consumables, like, it might be fun, so... I'd at least like to have it as an option. Wow, a whole lot of people died back there, huh? Must have been a lot of people jumping off cliffs for whatever one reason or another. Okay. Get to the dungeon here. Oops. What was that? Crystal Bud? Okay. I still want to pick up Crystal Bud here and there. I just more specifically want the rhymed version, obviously, for freezing pots, but we can't really farm that up just yet. Alright, that should be enough to get his attention. I think jar weight might be 2 or 3 shards. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is that it should be at least 2, if not 3. Don't mind me, Adula. I am not here. Okay, so... And there's some really loud fucking air traffic today. I don't know if you guys can hear that or not, but... Apologies if so.
The only thing, are we understood? I have enough. I've no time. The only thing, are we and I have enough.
He doesn't want to talk yet for some reason. Let me, we probably have to rest first, but I'm just gonna, like, quit out. Well, actually, it might matter that we do it this way, so I'm just gonna do that. We gotta go to Padilla anyway, before I forget. Which I probably should have just done first and then warped back. That would have made a lot more sense. But maybe he's ready to talk now. But yeah, I'm really, aside from getting the puppet, I'm mainly just doing this so that we have the option of getting the magic scorpion charm. by doing, you know, most of, but not all of his quest, because obviously I don't really want to piss off Ranny. I don't know what ending we'll try to go for on this run, but I'd prefer to just not, like,
I've no
do
time for
anything
confusion,
beyond...
are we? And I have enough.
He just doesn't not want to talk at all, which is weird. I don't think normally you have to give the potion over first, but maybe you do. I could be just misremembering that bit. But whatever, we can go get that part done first. It's not really a problem. Let's just go to Padilla first anyway. Since we are here. I don't hear any traffic. I did get called in the middle of you responding to my Ranny question, though, so I'll have to go back and watch the VOD a bit. Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, it's all good. Are there old fangs up here? Am I misremembering what that is? I didn't do the markup for Liurnia, so yeah, it is nice. It's 5 of them too, which is great. Probably the only run where you'll consider something like that to be kind of important to have. Unless you just really otherwise want red main fire pots for some reason.
Oh, you?
I am.
Why not? But please. A little.
You sell the ritual pot. I'm gonna buy your old fangs too while I'm here. I don't think I need the celestial dew. We don't need the cold bone stuff or the larval tear or anything like that, so I don't care about any of the rest of this. Okay, now back up here. Or actually, let's go to... I should have done one other step first. Let's go to Round Table Hold and see if we can give the thing to Gideon. You have to potion either Nepheli or Dung Eater to give the potion, or give to Gideon before you can purchase the puppet. Okay. For some reason, I thought you could just go straight to the dungeon, but like I said, I did do a bunch of NPCs, but Celibus was not one of them. So I like vaguely remember the specific details. Alright, that'll certainly be nice to have. Also, we can buy glintstone scrap, which could be potentially useful. Alright, so the door is not open yet. But this should be... We can chat real quick over here.
You've time to let the
Great anchor until it was tragic across the far, but the great sword brave seek to become
little. Okay, these and I will defend. Now let
I should equip Godric's Great Rune, actually, now that I think about it. So that we can use that sort of stuff if we need to.
I can't very well. It is say. Are you a house guest? Remember your...
I thought you'd receive the Felly Lou. I'm glad to see you. I found it in you were the one to make good use of it. I don't intend. I wonder if you haven't already. Father isn't, I'm sure, talking. I'll see you again. It's about time. I'll see you again.
Alright, that should still prompt her to go on. Last time I fucked that up.
You've risen, I am known as a tarnished. I am. You now belong. You'll be after then as you're the inheritors. We of the Godric the General Radar, right, Morgoth, and you'll still be up.
Alright, let's give you this.
Is that quality seller? Oh, the round table. Oh, good. You go and see. Just tell him that despite knowing his inevitable.
There we go. Alright, so that part's done. One quick little side detour. I'm going to go to the Albanarch village just to talk to Nepheli there as well. To move her thing along. just in case we want to for whatever reason. I don't think we'll need to, but sometimes it's good to just kind of like move some of the NPC quests along instead of just leaving them as like hanging.
Oh, well, I witnessed the oppression of our waking. And though there's such justice to let the scars.
That should do it. Get on the horse, please. Thank you. Shrooms. Okay. They don't want to let me travel, so I have to rest. Now let's go back and see if we can get that Jar White and the next bit of his quest progress so that we can get the Amber, Starlight, and stuff, and everything that we would need to for the Magic Scorpion Charm so that we have it for later. Just because I can foresee that, like, especially with a little bit of int, some fights will likely be, like, a little bit better to maybe do with magic pots or something of the like. Magic pots I don't remember being, like, insanely strong or anything, but again, magic damage itself is one of the better, like, damage types in the game. Mostly through sorcery, but that doesn't mean that, like, pots are necessarily off the table.
Ah, well done. Very well. Knowledge, I doubt much, if you put it. You well? So, it's... I may have expected... You break into office, fine, and you trick me. I believe that you yearn for a... Well, no. But perhaps now.
There we go. Jar White Puppet.
Begging for another... the remain...
Now, in order to do more, we have to get him to talk again, and then I think we might have to buy one of his other puppets, too. Hence why we want to make sure that we have at least a couple of Starlight shards for all of that. But we can get the Amber, Starlight, and stuff first before we worry too much about that. Okay, real quick, let me consult the other thing I was looking at here. There is a ritual pot in Lasciar Ruins that I'm not sure that I got. I'll have to go check that, so we should do that real fast. And then otherwise, I think we have all the ritual pots that we can get before just moving on to later stuff, you know, aside from, of course, Raya Lucaria. Yeah, so let me quickly just go and see if I have that here. I might have gotten it, to be honest. Well, hang on. I guess I can kind of determine this. I have... How many do I actually have? Item crafting. We have 3 held, 2 unused. So we have 5 total. So, let's see. Lasciar Ruins. I think we might have gotten it. We got 2 in Jarberg. That would be 3 total. And then we just bought 2. Each from the other merchants, which should be... That should be all of them. So yeah, we must have gotten the one in Lasciar Ruins then. So we don't need to make a side trip there then. That's good. Just be wasting our time. Okay. So, with that being said, then I guess we're good to just move on finally. Like I said, there might be like a talisman or something that we might want. I wonder, should we get revenge on Miriam, since the Ash of War one was going like really poorly? We could probably kill her actually slightly easier with consumables just because we'd have some distance. We can actually throw shit at her. Yeah, I tell you what, let's go get revenge real quick and then we'll move on. All right. Revenge. Let's see, there should be a grace up over that way that we'll want to grab just so we have it. There's some fire slugs around, or flame slugs rather, so there'll probably be some butterflies we can grab while we're running through the area, which we definitely should do. Grace way over here. So yeah, what I'll actually rest at it too, just so we can get those back. Get a little extra butterflies on our way, because I just want to run through this camp really fast and stuff, so we can grab some stuff while we're in the vicinity. Flame Cleanse Me, obviously very nice to have. We probably won't really be using it at all, but hence why I wanted to make sure that I had like boluses and stuff, but always very recommended when you're not doing a consumables only or something run where you are generally otherwise not really able to use incantations and shit. I'm not gonna mess with Vike or anything. I just kind of wanted to run up here really fast. See if there was another grace that I could just quickly grab before we just run back down. Just so that if I'm coming back here later, we can just kind of travel a little bit more quickly to wherever it is I might want to go. I guess we do want to be at Turtle Pope Land anyway, so... We still haven't gone to help Bach out, have we? I just realized that. I don't know. We don't necessarily need to make that a priority. It's not like it'll be hard or anything. But we are going to be, like, kind of breaking his quest line. If we go, like, straight to Altus, he might start getting a little bit wonky. What do you guys think? Should we go do the Coastal Cave really fast? Or should we leave Bach to his fate? It's not like anything's going to happen to him, but, like, he'll just kind of be sitting there forever. We're still going to do the Carrion Study Hall first, but we can do Bach after. I always feel bad for Bach. Help the good boy. All right, we'll help the good boy then. After we're done getting our revenge, or trying to get it at least. Hopefully I don't get destroyed by Miriam again. She was just being like extra shitty when trying to do Ashes of War only because I just was having a really hard time reaching her with anything. But hopefully having some throwable shit will be just good enough. Maybe we can poison her even just to let her die a slow death or something. Melanie even feels bad for Bach. Yeah, this is true. I can't tell you how confusing this shit was back in one of the early builds of the game. Because even in the retail, when they released the game, the mapping here was different. Some of you may remember this, that it looked like the map kind of continued in this direction, but then there's like this giant chasm. But Jarburg wasn't really implemented yet, so a lot of us were like trying to figure out, like, what the fuck is this all about? Like, are we supposed to go through here somehow? Are we supposed to get to some other side? But then it just didn't really make any fucking sense in one of the early builds of the game, and even like the mapping being fucked up still at release was still bad. Not as bad as it was in the early build, but yeah, that whole thing was just very fucking confusing. Alright, Miriam. Let's fucking do this shit. I guess we'll try the poison. Yeah, they updated the map like multiple times. Oh, she's already poisoned. Okay. Oh, how the turntables. All right, elevator, please. Thank you. Do you even get anything from killing her in the non-inverted tower? I don't think so. I just like doing it. Actually, maybe you do. I'm forgetting now. Oh, I thought she was doing her other thing. I should just be ready for her to be casting shit anyway, but... Good. Poisoned again. Oh, okay. It felt a little bit like you should have had time to get that off, but I guess she did the quick fire of it. Later, loser. You do... Oh, yeah, magic downpour. That's right. Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought maybe she dropped something, but then I couldn't remember what it was, so... Stop swinging your swords, you foolish fools. It ain't doing shit. You can't catch the bald sweatpants man. Sweatpants and sandals. He's just too fast. These rats are still fucking tanky as shit. Let me just craft some. I don't want to craft a lot here, but we will refill these at least. I don't really want to fight all of these rats for no reason. I just want to get up to the thing and grab the item. Now, if y'all wouldn't mind staying clustered-ish, that would actually be kind of cool, but you're not gonna. I guess that works. Cerulean seed, that's right. Okay. That's really all we need here right now. So that's our revenge taken. Let's go help the young lad. But yeah, no, the map on in Elden Ring, like they updated it like several patches, or well, as in they updated it multiple times over the course of like the first several patches of the game. Like they were still fixing little errors on the map and just like little details that weren't necessarily errors, but just they wanted to look a little bit different, so they just changed them. But a lot of them were like really small details and hard to notice unless you were like paying really close attention to the fact that it had changed. Or rather, paying very close attention to the map before it changed so you would actually know that it changed in the first place. Alright, we already bought stuff from you. I will take your butterflies, though. And then the cave is there. Oh, ee-oo. Yes, indeed, Buck. Say no more. It's gonna be okay, little man. Oh, I have a bunch of runes. Yeah, let's just level up. Yeah, let's start getting some faith, at least. I think faith is going to ultimately be kind of the least important, so I don't know if I'll raise it beyond 20 or possibly even beyond 15, but we will get some little bit out of it, so I don't want to, like, completely ignore it. Your sweatpants and sandals looks makes me want to make a sneaky PvP build with those pants and the concealing veil and call them the Birkenstocker. Nice. I don't like how you, like, ducked that accidentally and it wasn't, like, intentional movement, but still, that was weird. Alright, sure, we can do this just for the fire buff, if nothing else. Alright. Little man helped. Let's go ahead and just go through here and get to the other side for the hell of it, but and we'll be finally done with this, and I think we'll just go ahead and move on up through the Dectus lift and all that. Potions, do we have 8? We actually are, like, I feel like in this run I have not really had to use, like, a crazy amount of flasks most of the time. That is part of the advantage to being able to just kind of keep your distance a fair bit of the time, especially when you have, like, light roll on top of that, you know. Or rather fast roll. You can just kind of evade a lot of things, like, pretty easily, I would say. So that doesn't really make me feel... I'm not really feeling the lack of armor too much, you know, unless we just happen to get hit by something really stupid, I guess. No bone? Bone! Alright, let's make a little bit more of these. I'll hold off on making those, we can just rest. Although I don't want to rest here, I'm just going to light this. I can just go right back to where... Well, it wouldn't matter. I can just warp back to where Bach is, one way or the other. I don't want to give him, the sewing kit and all that, tailoring tools. And exactly 3 left, so there you go. Okay. But yeah, I unironically like the sweatpants and sandals look. As much as it's like a joke, it's just kind of like a fun look to have in the game, because it feels like sort of anachronistic and out of place, just that they're just supposed to be cloth pants, but like the drawstring just makes them look like sweatpants. And the sandals are just, you know, they're a little strappy, but they're just sandally enough to look, you know, sort of modern-ish.
Wait, you got it. What my mum, and that's so I always want. You're very. I always want.
All right. Chin up, Bach. You're gonna be just fine, buddy. I haven't really continued Hayeda's quest line. We don't really need to do it at any particular point, so we can always just come back and do that. We don't need to do it right now. Let's just go ahead and get to the lift like I said I was going to. If only the game had a hoodie in it. Yeah, that would be kind of funny. I mean, obviously there are some like hooded outfits, but not ones that'll like easily show off the sweatpants very well. But you could put on like one of the lighter tops that don't like hang super low over the pants, and then just put like one of the like singular hood helmets on, I guess. They probably won't match super well, but I guess like that would kind of give you a similar look. Alright. Don't really need to worry about the Knight's Cavalry. I mean, I'm sure we could kill him just fine. As long as we choose our shots well, because he'll be running out of the way a lot of the time otherwise, but I don't need his runes that badly, and we certainly don't need anything else from him. Whoops. I was a little late to react there. I don't think we really need anything that's in there either, so we will just move on. Frenzied Flame Tower and stuff is all up there. I don't think we need to worry about any of that at this point either, so maybe later, especially if we want to do like Hayeda's questline for any particular reason, but we don't really have a reason to do it. I just like doing the quests sometimes, like on the way to doing stuff, but you know, we have to go out of our way to do it. It's maybe not necessarily worth it. Okay. guess maybe one of the commoner garbs that's just a long shirt. Most of the commoner stuff is like super long though, and kind of like obscures the pants. The thing is, like, for them to really, you know, look like sweatpants, I feel like you got to have like the drawstring kind of visible. Otherwise, they just sort of look like cloth pants. So you would need something that doesn't really hang over the pants much at all, which is only like maybe a couple of things in the game. Because the rest is just kind of like, it just really obscures a lot of that. Like, you can kind of see it through that a little bit at least, but... Oh, right. I forgot. Raya can give us an invite to Volcano Manor. We might as well accept this right now. We can just, oh, wait. I should have... Oh, well, whatever. Hang on. Wait right there. Don't go anywhere. I just want to get this Grace activated before I take her hand. That way I could just warp back. Altus Bloom, we're gonna likely need a fair bit of. I did, like, collect a bunch of, like, Fergal Bloom off stream as well. Fulgur Bloom. I said that weird. But I think we need Altus Bloom as well for at least some sort of sacred and or lightning based pot, I would assume. Alright, now we can go. Oh, okay. I did not attack you. Relax. It's fine. It's fine. You're totally okay. It's alright.
I see that you have reconsidered. I've been waiting. I knew you had this. I hereby take my hand. Give me your... I will...
I'm on a mission to find a good sort of anachronistic torso armor now. I'll let you know if I find anything good. Okay, cool. Maybe the Fell Omen cloak, just to really bum it up. I do like the Fell Omen cloak a lot. It'll probably obscure it a little bit, but that is really a nice one. I guess we can get that. Is that one shows up after you do Morgott, right? Because it's Morgott's cloak.
I am Tanit Rias, a warrior. Perhaps. Will you join? Why accept rise with us? Interest. Now you belong. The drawing room, but be sure.
Alright, we're just gonna do these while we're here, I guess. Oop, not that one. I'm not gonna do a bunch of this shit, though, because we don't really benefit from much that's here. Okay. We'll talk to other people here later. Patches will move here after a certain point. I don't think it'll be yet, but let me just rest and make sure. Because he might now that we're here. Nope, he is here. Okay.
Well, I don't believe it. And here I... All good, though. We'll do good. Oh, that is important.
So we can still definitely just buy knives from him here.
Cheers for that.
Alright, what now? I don't want to really do anything else here right at the moment, aside from maybe just get the map fragment outside, which we can just do really quickly. Just so we have it, is the volcano pot in, like, Volcano Cave or some shit like that? I gotta look and figure out where that one is again, because that's another recipe we're definitely gonna want, like, sooner rather than later. Maybe even specifically for Altus, because the volcano pot is one that, like, continuously does some damage, so we're likely gonna want that one. I am gonna come out here and grab this golden seed first, though. And then just this map fragment, I guess, plus this item. Get out of here, hands. I don't want nothing from you. Of course, somebody had to put a fucking message right in front of the goddamn thing, making it extra difficult to actually pick the fucker up. I hate when people do that shit. I realize that the intent might not be to fuck anyone up, but, like, it just happens so much of the time that it's, like, really annoying. Okay, we're not gonna fight anything over here. I will quickly grab, there's some sacramental bud over here, though, and then we can just, head back. For them good old preserving boluses and all that. Okay, I think it's just those three, unless I'm missing one. I don't see another, though, so... Okay, now... we can head back to Altus. Felloman Cloak, Gold Mask Rags would work. They'd kind of, like, be a bit of a different look for our, you know, guy chilling on his couch sweatpants look, but they would at least show it off, for sure. Gravekeeper Cloak would show them from the front, at least. Prisoner Clothing probably would work. Mushroom sets chest armor, yeah. Okay, well, at least we have some potential options if we want to, wear some stuff, but, for now, like I said, I mean, obviously we want to get the jar head, but, other than that, now that we've reached Altus, we should be able to do the Radon Festival at any particular point that we want to. Once we beat Radon, we can go to Mount Gelmir to get our jar head, which we are obviously going to want. So, but before we do that, I want to at least get, like, some recipes and stuff while we're here, because I think that'll be, like, the next big task before we do, like, a whole lot of Altus and stuff. We can do, like, some Altus, but obviously just getting extra shit for our build is necessary. Let's see. Other than Arit's Side Tomb and Leyendell, there's not really any more cracked jars we're going to get here. Because there'll be 2 there and 1 in Leyendell, and then I think that might be it. Well, wait, how many do we have? That doesn't sound right. We have 16, so I'm missing 4. Oh, right, the one in Debate Parlor. Duh. Yeah, so that one we'll be able to get sooner rather than later, because we will obviously go back and do Raya Lucaria as well, but maybe we'll do... We're not going to do either today, so I'll have to decide whether I want to do Raya Lucaria first or go do Radon first. It might be Raya Lucaria first, but I have to figure out what all I want to take into the Radon fight, because it's obviously going to be the harder one. I don't think Renala will be too difficult if I bring the right stuff with me. As for ritual pots, we're looking at Arit's Side Tomb as well. Forsaken Depths, Giant Mountaintops, blah, 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 blah. Shunning Grounds, okay, nothing to really worry about right now. So really just the Lightning Pot, Ancient Dragon Bolt Pot, Sacred Order Pot, Swarm Pot, I'm pretty sure you get from Moog, so we're not going to worry about that. Rot Pot, I think you get from the Lake of Rot, so we're not going to worry about that right now. And Volcano Pot. There's other ones too, like Rancor Pot, Cursed Blood Pot, shit like that, but those ones we're probably not going to care too much about because they're a little bit too indirect. So Ancient Dragon Bolt we get from Dragon Apostles Cookbook 4. That's in Farum Azula, so that one's off the table for now. Sacred Order pot, Missionary's Cookbook 5, we get from Siafra Aqueduct, so that one will take a while to get to. We won't worry about it right now, then. Volcano pot, Nomadic Warriors Cookbook 20 is in... Oh, right, it's the Merchant. So we can just buy that, which we should just do. Then... Lightning pot, Ancient Dragon Apostles Cookbook 2 is... in Altus. So we'll grab that and the recipe from the Mount Gelmir Merchant, and then that should set us up for like the 2 other pot types that we want to kind of give us like a nice rounded bit of stuff here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to run up this way. We're going to go kind of like in reverse, I guess. Or maybe we should go from Altus. I was thinking about like going up here because it's much closer to where the merchant is, but we have to get past the we do have to get past the full-grown falling star beast to go this way. That should theoretically be doable, though. You don't get like locked into the area. It's a field boss, so I just have to like find my way up there. Are you planning on summoning the boys for Radon still? Probably not. I usually don't, like, ever. I prefer fighting him by himself, generally. Now, obviously, on a run like the... Oh, right, we can't really make that jump this way. I thought there was, like, an overhang, but there's not. Well, in that case, we do have to go the other way, then. That is alright. I do not mind. It's not hard to get there from the Altus direction. Excuse me, sir. Yeah, I was trying to dismount and jump into here, but didn't quite want to work for some reason. Alright, he's too busy whining out there to let me open my map, so I guess we'll rest first. But yeah, unless I really feel like I need them, I will likely try not to, I will likely not summon the boys for help. I feel like we should, as long as I get enough stuff before we fight Radon and everything, we should have the damage to do it. In theory. If my damage is not particularly good, I might try using the jellyfish shield for once, just even though it's not a consumable itself. Just for the extra bit of buffage. And if we're really just struggling like crazy, then the boys will be considered... Oh, actually, we should get this. The ritual sword talisman might give us better damage. I'll have to kind of test it and see if it definitely works with consumables. I feel like it should, but I don't know for sure. But we might as well try to get it while we're here. I hate that that went through you. Twice, in fact. There we go. Alright, let's just go ahead and put the Ritual Sword Talisman on. We don't really need the Arrows Reach Talisman. I would... It just says attack power, so theoretically it should apply, but I guess we'll see, because some of them say one thing, but they're a little bit more specific than they actually mean. So hopefully it does work. All right, let's come over to here. Grab the seed and the grace. Said grab the seed, thank you. Figure some of the boys would be against the spirit of the run, but also having them be fodder could be nice. Oh, certainly, although it actually might make me miss a lot of the time if he's kind of just like running around like crazy trying to chase after everybody. But yeah, it's more of just like a preference thing. I usually just don't fight him with help typically. I just kind of prefer doing it the other way. Alright, I'm gonna come back over here so I can get the map fragment easily, and then what else do we want to do? We gotta make our way to getting the lightning pot and the volcano pot recipes. Lightning pot we said was where again? Shit. I'm already forgetting. I know we get the volcano pot from the merchant. The lightning pot was somewhere. I'll just look at it again. Oh, there's perfume. Oh, right. We can also start getting perfume shit too. That is also going to be important. So I guess we'll grab that from over there in a second. And the Perfumer's Ruins will have like the main shit for us, but actually have a reason to do that for once. Not that I like specifically go out of my way to ignore it like on other runs or anything, but I just don't make it a priority necessarily. Oh, it's up here, that's right. Well, let's just get that first then. And we can go grab other things. Perfume bottle acquired. Of course, now I'm in combat. I was about to like craft some more fire pots, but oh well. Using any of the reusable items. So they are technically in the rules. I probably won't be using them a lot just because they're very unlimited in their reusable sense. But I will be using like Margit's Shackle probably, possibly even during the Morgoth fight. But I'll at least use it like while we're going through like if we have to go through the Aritza Hero's Grave at all, we'll probably use it there, and, you know, I might use it elsewhere, potentially, but yeah, they're kind of like, yeah, they're like spells in reusable consumable form, which means they're not technically against the rules, but they're kind of like I don't know, I feel like they might be a little cheap to use if you use them, like, a lot. Obviously, you still have a limited resource in the form of FP, but at that point, it starts to feel a little bit like a spell sort of thing. You're just casting spells. Alright, you can take those. I'm just like selling some junk first before I get rid of any runes. Specifically junk that we don't expect to use at all. Still hurts a little bit selling all these upgrade materials. Or rather, just feels weird to do, but, you know, we're not going to be using any of it, so. I might hang on to certain weapons just in case I want to use this character for something in the future for any particular reason. We obviously won't sell the jellyfish shield. I will take this. And now... I somehow did not pick up the map fragment. Let's go get that really fast, and then we gotta go to Mount Gelmir and get the recipe that we want over there. Then we can do the Perfumer's Ruins if we want, just to like quickly run through, to grab the various perfume bottle stuff and our first aromatics. Is it our first one? Do we have any aromatic stuff yet? I'm assuming no. I don't see anything, at least. Lightning Pot is mushroom and Fergal Bloom. I did already grab a bunch of that. I'll make some more fire ones for the moment. Okay. Yeah, the Perfumer Talisman is in there, which obviously we can use at least some of the time if we want to. Which, I mean, you know what, I tell you what, we'll just do that part first, because we're close enough to where that is. It would be easy enough to just run in there and grab that shit, and we can go do the Mount Gelmir part of it. And then after that, I will probably wrap it up for the day. Like, maybe we'll find something fun to kill first, but we have been going for 5 hours already. Golden Roa. There should be some shit off to the left side here, I think. So maybe even some Arteria Leaf. I feel like there's an Arteria Leaf somewhere, at least. It might not be here. Maybe it was just some, Crystal Bud or something that I'm thinking of. There's that. I know that there's some Arteria, like, on the cliffs. Like, in the other direction, but... it's just a Trinazoli, that's what it was. Some herba. I will take these. Another mask we could wear or a robe, but I don't think there's a lot of point in doing so. Blood Rose. Arteria Leaf will be... There's at least one down on the cliff by, like, the unsightly catacombs. I know that much. Or in between or something like that. I forget its exact spot, but I don't even know that we need a lot of Arteria Leaf. So far we've only really used it for like making Exalted Flesh, but I have been using those on occasion. Speaking of which, let's make like, well, we might pick some up, so let's not make any more. Until we get like low or something. See what our damage is like against you. Not amazing, but at least you kind of just stood there and took it, I guess, so that's fine. So yeah, the Unsightly Catacombs is in here. I think we might get some perfume bottle type shit in there as well. I know you at least get like the Perfumer Trisha. Here's that Arteria Leaf. Perfumer Trisha, Spirit Ash is a reward, but you got to do that like double boss fight between her and the Misbegotten Warrior. Stop your sidestepping. God don't like it. Well, you noticed me very quickly. I rolled? What the fuck? You like a little fire, huh? Bad call. Okay, so perfume bottle. Oh, I get the perfumer, the perfumer hood too. Let's see here. I'm sure we're gonna need budding cave moss as well, but there's some good like farms for that if we need to like get a bunch of it. So I'm not really too worried about going out of my way to get it. That mean? Oh my God! Stop! Jesus Christ! Why did I get mega staggered by one guy? A little bit fucking ridiculous. All right, I'm not gonna clear my poison. We should be okay. I do occasionally get a little annoyed by how like easy to stagger Torrent is in terms of like how he just gets like stuck in that shit so much of the time. I'm not gonna wear the perfumer's set, but not that it wouldn't be fitting. There's a perfumer's talisman, so for that one, if we feel like wearing it, it just makes our perfumes better, of course, which is certainly good. I don't know if we'll end up making room for it a lot of the time or not. The ritual sword talisman might be... It might not be better for us. I don't really know. But obviously that one is specific to just perfumes, so... Speaking of which, let me get somewhere where I can actually look at my crafting menu. We can now make spark aromatics, so that gives us another like form of attack, and uplifting aromatic, which is another form of buff. This will be the one that we kind of want more over than the other one, but just to keep stockpiled. Blood boil aromatic could also be really good, but we won't get that just yet. The only problem is silver tier husks. We're gonna have to like farm those, and it'll come up kind of later, unfortunately. Arteria leaf is also limited-ish, so that's also a thing. So we won't necessarily like stockpile these, but I mean, you know, we'll at least want to keep like one handy or something. Kind of wish it said boost your yours and allies. Yeah, because it does give you a group buff, but it doesn't make that very clear. All right, continue to still just do these for the moment. Oh, right. I forgot I was poisoned. I thought something snuck up on me, and I was just like, huh? All right, let me grab my runes. Well, hey, we're not poisoned anymore, so that's nice. I said grab them, please. Thank you. Sometimes, man, that input just is real fucking tricky for whatever reason. Alright, 3 perfume bottles is enough for now. We're not gonna, like, focus on using perfumes just yet. Let's make our way to Mount Gelmir via this path. So we're gonna go here and then head north for a little bit. And then once we get that from the merchant, I'll probably just call it there. Yeah, I'm I'm getting a little tired. Again, not that we couldn't like go fight something, but I don't want to try fighting anything big, and anything that's like not so big is probably not going to be like especially entertaining to watch anyway at this point, because we'll potentially just stomp them. But, you know, on the next time that I stream this, which will not be tomorrow, and might not be Friday because we might be doing Baldur's Gate 3 then, depending on how Dodo feels. But yeah, the next time that I stream this, I will likely at some point, aside from accomplishing those bigger things, we might start going back and doing some extra boss fights and shit, especially if we feel like ultimately doing all the boss fights at some point. And it'll be kind of fun, like, going back into, like, some of the early game stuff with all the shit we've collected, because we'll have, like, a whole bunch that we can actually do now at this point, to do, like, meaningful damage with just consumables. Wait, why did I come? I needed to not come this way. This is not how you get to the bridge. I guess since I'm over here, I will grab a grace, but some later quick warping, but we're not going to do anything here right now. I just wasn't thinking about where I was going. But we will do the Shaded Castle stuff later. Also, maybe get revenge on Elimer for just giving me a hard time the other day. Or last week, whenever the fuck it was that I did the last Ash of War session. But yeah, I'm glad that I didn't wait any longer to do this. Like, genuinely, I've been kind of wanting to do the consumables only run for a while now, and I'm having just a lot of fun with it. Not that Ashes wasn't cool, but like there's just something kind of like extra special about this one. Let's make a second blue. I don't think we need 9 heals all that badly. Okay. There's stuff up and around all of this that's useful too, but we don't need to like prioritize any of that. So in order to get here, we're actually going to want to go around all of this. So let's go here actually. Is there a specific boss you're sort of dreading for this run? Not really. I know that there's like some, especially if I do all bosses, there's definitely going to be some shit that's really hard. Like Millennia is not going to be any sort of a pushover whatsoever. I can use things like frost pots to potentially, freeze pots to potentially interrupt something like waterfowl, but she could still easily destroy any particular attempt, like without really even trying all that hard. So depending on how that goes, yeah. Other than that, like, I suspect that Radagon and Elden Beast will of course be difficult, but Radagon will probably be the worst part of it because he deflects projectiles. I don't think he will so much with pots. I mean, I could be wrong on the pots, but he definitely will against things like throwing knives and shit like that. He what now? Yeah, he deflects spells, but he also does it to arrows, and I'm pretty sure he does it to things like throwing knives. Nice queued up attack there. Really love that you just had that ready to go. Did some say weed? Did some say? I don't know. Anyone say weed? How's it going, Dodo? Hope you're doing well, buddy. Hope you're feeling decent. Or better. I don't want to spend my runes even though we have enough for a level until I buy stuff from the Volcano Manor, Mount Gelmir merchant. I don't own a lot of clothing, it keeps occurring to me, and I kind of want to like keep finding like easy sets of clothes, even though I'm not going to bother like wearing them much. We could get the hood from up here. And similarly, the Battle Mage standing on the rock over there drops like his entire set. So I won't really be wearing them, but it'd be fun to have nevertheless. I guess not really just the hood, but the entire Noble's traveling gear. Somebody blew up. Right, let's try not to aggro him from down here, because that won't go super pleasantly. I guess we can talk to Gold Mask first anyway. The Hue Hood, yeah. Battle Mage Hues. Alright. I'm okay-ish. Headache did not push through, thank God. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. Glad to hear you're doing all right. But yeah, just been having fun with the consumables only playthrough. It's been nice. I was hoping he'd get a little bit more staggered, but okay. Maybe some kukri for this guy, honestly. Out. It's a little too slow to use. The Haima Glintstone Crown in Battle Mage set. Okay, down hither we shall go. Once I find the appropriate spot to drop down that doesn't get me killed again. Alternatively, no, it should be fine. All right. This dude wrecked me so badly the first time I saw him, but I don't think I ever went back to kill him on my first run. I seem to remember getting warped here. Is that a thing, or am I misremembering? To like this bridge, you mean? You can get warped here from the way gate on this side, the sending gate, I mean to say. But it's sort of like up above that you get warped. It's not, down below here. There's lots of like sending gates and shit in the game that warp you to like different spots, all over, so. Not exactly like, you know, the most usual thing to see a casual sweatpants couch wear, couch sitter person wearing, but fun for the moment anyway. Anyway, we will still leave off on helmets and shit until we get our jar. I don't really need the armor at all, so. Wearable dinner plate? Yeah, pretty much. You can't get the rest of Gold Mask's set until he dies, but I do like that you can get his mask, like, just sitting there. It's like an extra copy. His spare mask, I guess. It's either that or, like, somebody's attempt at a mask. Thanks for the big rune. We are probably going to need, like, regular golden sunflowers here and there, so I do want to, like, kind of keep my eye out for pickups of those. You know, because the tarnished ones we use for different shit, but the normal ones we'll probably need for something like sacred pots or something like that, if I had to guess. I'm not going to bother with magnets or any of that shit right now. There's a bunch of sacramental bud over here. I kind of want to just, like, do a quick little drive-by to grab everything if I can and hopefully not get killed by shit on the way. Alright, drive-by successful. Drive-by number 2, also successful. Wait, hold on. What's this item again? I'll take it. Okay, we are just about there. Just about to where we need to go. There is another chest-wielding wandering noble over here. Another big rune. I think it's like a 12. Nope, it's another 10. Okay. I know there is one somewhere. It's probably might be later on in the game that carries a 12. There's a lot of like really rickety looking bridges in this game that I'm surprised don't follow like the suit of like Dark Souls 3 or even Dark Souls 2 with like the Dragon Airy shit in terms of just being like a breakable bridge, either one that you break yourself or gets broken kind of like while you're on it. I feel like they had a lot of opportunities to do that in Elden Ring, and I'm not that I miss that happening. I'm just more surprised they didn't do it because I don't know, maybe they just assume people would just assume that shit and be immediately tired of it, but I really just need to make my way to the ladder, I guess. There's definitely stuff to pick up here, but I don't think there's anything that I specifically desperately need in the area. If we wanted Golden Vow, I guess that would be worth going to go grab, but they're sawing at my feetsies. It's another trick that Lies of P seems to like to use a bit too often. Oh yeah, like not just like fully breakable bridges, but like just the random little breakable bit of platform that you can fall into. That I honestly mind more probably than like it's not like it's hard to bypass, but like you can see it coming after the first like 1 or 2 times that it happens to you, and it's just pretty much just annoying more than anything else. Like you just learn to never trust a bridge, and they consistently make like nearly every bridge in the game something that's gonna break as soon as you go past it or step onto it or whatever. To the point where you're just like, well, I guess I just jump the midpoint of every bridge from now on, or else I'm gonna fall. And it's not like I don't want to explore whatever area that it's gonna drop me down into, but I don't want to. I want to do it on my terms, damn it. I don't want to fall into this shit. It's the bridge curse. I'll be taking those. I don't know if we need much in the way of volcanic stone, but I will be picking them up at least. For all I know, they could be something you use with volcano pots, but I don't know because I don't remember what that recipe needs off the top of my head. Alright, we're gonna run past the Scion. Actually, because I just picked shit up, I'm gonna let him come this way a little bit and then go to the ladder. Come here. Don't be scared. Nothing's gonna happen to you, I promise. It is funny that this dude's jump attack can actually go really high sometimes, and like he can potentially jump like way up here while you're climbing this shit. It doesn't usually result in you dying or anything, but it's not really supposed to be a thing that can happen, but it just does sometimes. You'll just be like, I'm gonna jump way the fuck up here instead of being stuck. Alright, so ultimately, we just want to make our way to the merchant. Just grabbing useful stuff while we're here. Focus on the soldier. He's your target, not me. Just love how those are all hitting the ladder just barely, like, next to me. If he had been angled just a little bit better, those would have definitely hit.
Welcome.
Alright, hello, friend.
Customer. Welcome. Value, please.
I'm hungry. Volcano pot. Thank you very much. We don't need any confessor shit. Nope. Thank you. Bye-bye. Alright, that'll lead up top. Let me come this way really quick. That's not who you were supposed to be targeting, sir. I would like this, which I don't actually want, turns out. And then, was there anything on the one below that we want to? I don't remember. These guys look so weird when they're on top of shit. Like, it just looks like they're T-posing a lot of the time. I don't think I can reach him with this. Oh, no, I just can. Oh, nice try. Oh, look, the Scion is up here. It fucking... Unless it returned to there, because obviously it does jump from above, but... That's weird that it's there already. Alright, let me just, like, quickly look. I don't think there was anything big that I missed down here, but... Actually, there might be... Katrina Zully or something? Yeah. No, don't stagger me midair. Thank you. I don't want any. Goodbye. Let's not get his attention. Climb the ladder, please. My jar cannon ammo hookup. Yeah, you know it. He's the cannon ammo dealer for sure. Been farming in a level in Earth Defense Force 5 recently, and I got these giant pill bugs. They will bounce into the damn clouds before coming right down onto your head. Jeez. Sounds like a lot of fun, though. Alright, grab this. Yeah, I was gonna say, those guys are gonna aggro, so... I did not mean to jump there, but... Whatever, we made it, it's fine. We can just climb here, it's all good. Just don't kill the merchant, please, even though I don't really need him alive at this point, but... He's done nothing wrong. I love the EDF games, but anything launching way too high up never fails to make me laugh, yeah. It's like the well-known, you know, Skyrim bug of giants, you know, smashing somebody with their club and them just getting launched into the clouds when they die. get out of here. Madness, little frenzy knights. They're just they're not, they're Landell knights. I almost called them Gelmir knights. That's definitely inaccurate. Normally you do encounter the knights of the region that you're in that region, but there are no Gelmir knights. There's just a Gelmir knight armor set that you can find in the one here in the Gelmir hero's grave, but that's really it. As in, they're not really around anymore. Not sure if some of the implication might be that some of them became Bloodhound Knights. I'm sure there's lore with the Bloodhound Knights. I don't really know all of what it is off the top of my head. I haven't really looked at the sets and stuff or the weapon in a while, but it all died to the world-eating serpent, probably. That would make sense. Okay. Let me rest so I can actually do stuff. And, oh, actually, we should level up as well since we have spare runes. Throw another level onto Faith. There we go. Okay, item crafting. Volcano pot is over here. It does take volcanic stone. Well, it's a good thing that volcanic stone is pretty easy to farm. So, in fact, literally there's two deposits right next to this. Oh, no, 3 deposits right next to this, thing that I can easily just like stand up, farm, sit down, stand up, farm, sit down. So that's cool. But yeah, so volcano pots, as we go to make and use these, create a heat cloud causing continuous fire damage. So these are good against not particularly mobile enemies. It works pretty decently against things like Erdtree avatars and stuff too, even though they can certainly move around. As long as you're trying to keep them sort of in one location, the continuous damage from this can be really good against them. And anything that's like sort of big and slow-ish, as long as they're not resistant to fire, these work okay on. At which point we'll want to have them instead of volcano or fire pots. But against anything that is more like fire resistant, we'll use either magic or lightning pots. Probably lightning moreover, and then maybe sometimes magic pots, because I remember these being like just okay, but I could be misremembering too. And then we'll want to get some other recipes for ritual pots, but there's not a lot we can get until we do like some stuff later. Thankfully, the freezing pot requirements are really light. Obviously, we have the recipe already, and we can make them if we really need to, but we're just going to save that for now. Our rhymed crystal bud. But once we get to the mountaintops, or even more specifically the consecrated snowfield, we can easily farm this shit up. So that won't be too much of a problem. Speaking of which, I should definitely get the other part of the medallion. The Hallotree medallion in Castle Sol once we get there. We don't really need to do the Latenna stuff if we don't want to, but we can. It's an option. But that way we can go to Consecrated Snowfield too. But I think that'll probably be it. I tell you what, one last thing we can do. Let's come down to Warmaster Shack, since I'll have to end up farming here later anyway. And just because we can, we'll try killing Henricus, or not Henricus, Istvan. Or actually, perhaps both, because I don't think we fought Henricus here either. So, what do we have? This is all fine. And then we'll call it a day after these PvP battles, assuming I don't get like stuck on them for any particular reason. It shouldn't be too hard as long as, you know, they're just not spamming jump attacks that make it really hard to hit them. Sleeping enemies won't sleep through poison/rot damage, right? It does, actually. I think. Well, actually, maybe it doesn't. I could have sworn, like a second ago, I was like, I'm pretty sure it does, but now that I think about it, maybe not. I think, like, if you apply it after the fact, obviously you're going to wake them up, but I feel like there was a way you could actually get them both to work, but now I'm not 100% sure about that. But they definitely will not sleep through volcano pot damage, because that's not just like status damage, that's like a continuous hitbox. So even if those other ones do work, this one definitely would not. Sorry if you hear any background barking, by the way. Alright, why are you still following me? Yeah, it might wake them. I honestly don't remember, to be honest with you. Alright, do we have to fight Istvan? I would have assumed we would, but maybe, or not Istvan, Henricus, but maybe, I would assume we did not, but maybe that's gone now because we're already part of Volcano Manor, so his recuse and stuff doesn't activate anymore. We just have Istvan. Well, let's just do that then. I don't remember if he just doesn't show up at all, or if it's, if once Istvan is cleared. But since we are also now, like, technically a recusant, it would make sense for him to not appear. Yep. This is the thing that you do, I know. Come on, man. Just stop rolling like crazy and take some occasional hits, please. I really want to punish Gravitas really bad, but I have to, like, do it in a specific way here. Fucker. Really? Okay. Surprised I didn't recover from that in time. Now he just doesn't want to fucking do Gravitas at all. Thank you. I had a feeling Istvan would be kind of a fucking asshole, but... Out of heals, okay. Alright, I need to not be quite so greedy. I love how we had, like, created a new hat for him, though. That was kind of funny. With knives. What? I rolled. What the fuck? Come on, game. You cannot just ignore my fucking inputs like that. I'm gonna fucking lose to Istvan of all fucking people. A lot of that is because of my own greed, but I do heavily dislike when the game just seems to ignore my inputs. I fucking rolled, dude. What are you talking about? I don't even mean the roll that came out first. I mean just the general follow-up should have still happened. Fucking get poisoned already. It's kind of a waste because at this point he's probably just gonna hit me whether I poison him or not. I'm gonna get hit by something stupid. just don't throw anything, I guess, for some reason. Why is my dude, like, refusing to throw half the time I tell him to throw something? I don't know why. I would like to use kukris, but I feel like they're just a little too slow is the problem. Fuck off. Of course he did a fucking charged follow-up. It didn't look like he was doing one, but sure. He just suddenly got the extra hit out there, I guess. It just looked like a normal-ass attack. I don't know why, like, suddenly there was a follow-up to that. It was instant, because normally for that one you gotta charge it. Alright, we can do that better. It's all good. Just need to have less stupid shit happen. Am I actually... Wait, what? Have I really used up all my goddamn crystal darts? Really? No, I have more in storage. Why did it only give me 39 out of 40 then? That's very strange. It didn't give me the whole amount that it was supposed to. Okay. What would we otherwise want to make here? Poison pots and shit will create a cloud, but that's going to be a little hard to use. Volcano pot we could try against him for the hell of it. Just create like a little cloud and just try to get him to walk into it, I guess. But yeah, this is why, like, consumable only run, the hardest fucking shit to fight is just NPCs by far, because all they do is input read you all fucking day long. So you just have to wait your turn to do fucking anything. Come here. Oh. That was good damage at least. Because he's too stupid to not walk through it. Okay, he is now poisoned. This would be... I should honestly consider making, like, roped pots for enemies like this. Just because they're, like, the one instance where, like, I can just kind of move away from them and drop a pot, like, especially for something like the volcano pot, where that would actually be particularly worthwhile. Yeah, this, weirdly enough, does not damage me at all, so... Or I shouldn't say it's weird necessarily, but it's certainly nice to just let him just walk into it instead. That's it for those. I could like throw fire bombs at his feet, I guess. didn't come out there, but okay. Whatever, he's dead. Good enough. So yeah, volcano pots, pretty good. They're not like a straight up lava pot that are going to leave like lava on the ground, but it's kind of a similar concept at least, you know. So Giant's Flame will kind of leave some shit like that for us when we eventually want to get those, but volcano pots will be a nice like damage over time thing, like very brief of course, but just a quick little continuous damage thing for enemies that we can kind of keep like relatively in one place for a couple seconds. So yeah, there we go. That'll do it for now. I don't think Henricus is going to show up, and if he does, we can worry about that some other time. But yeah, that'll do it for today's stream, I think, y'all. Let's see. Yeah, I think we'll just go ahead and call it there. But yeah, I will be back with more of this probably sometime over the weekend, maybe, or as early as Friday if Dodo ends up not feeling like doing any Baldur's Gate 3 on that particular day, then we can do some more of this then. But otherwise, maybe Saturday or something, or, you know, either way, pretty soon we will do some more of this. Just definitely not tomorrow because I have multiple meetings during the day. And other work that I gotta do, so I have just planned that to be a no stream day for now. But yeah, y'all, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I appreciate it very much as always. I hope you've been enjoying the consumables only run, because I've been having a fucking blast with it. But yeah, in the meantime, y'all, have a great rest of your day / night, and yeah, I shall see y'all on the next one. All right, peace out, everybody. Bye-bye.